The Man Nobody Knows by Bruce Barton, a classic account of Jesus as a business entrepreneur, one of the most controversial and best-selling books of the 20th century. Waste ye not, that I may be about my Father's business. How it came to be written. The little boy sat bolt upright in the rough wooden chair, but his mind was very busy. This was his weekly hour of revolt. The kindly lady, who would never seem to find her glasses, would have been terribly shocked if she had known what was going on inside the little boy's mind. "You must love Jesus," she said every Sunday, "and God." The little boy did not say anything. He was afraid to say anything. He was almost afraid that something would happen to him because of the things he thought. Love God, who was always picking on people for having a good time and sending little boys to hell because they couldn't do better in a world in which he made so hard? Why didn't God take on someone his own size? Love Jesus? The little boy looked up from the picture which hung on the Sunday school wall. It showed a pale young man with the flabby forearms and a sad expression. The young man had red whiskers. The little boy looked across to the other wall, and there was Daniel, good old Daniel, standing off the lions. The little boy liked Daniel. He liked David, too, with the trusty sling that landed a stone square in the forehead of Goliath, and Moses, with a rod and his big brass snake. These were winners. Those three. He wondered if David could whip Jeffries. Samson could. Say, that would be a fight. But Jesus was the Lamb of God. The little boy did not know what that meant, but it sounded like Mary's little lamb. Something for girls, sissified. Jesus was also meek and lowly, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. He went around for 3 years telling people not to do things. Sunday was Jesus' day, and it was wrong to feel comfortable or laugh on Sunday. The little boy was glad when the superintendent thumped on the bell and announced, "We will now sing the closing hymn." One more bad hour was over. One more week the little boy had got rid of Jesus. Years went by and the boy grew up and became a businessman, and he began to wonder about Jesus, and he said to himself, "Only strong magnetic men inspire great enthusiasm and build great organizations. Yet Jesus built the greatest organization of all. It is extraordinary." There are more sermons the man heard, and the more books he read, and the more mystified he became. One day he decided to wipe his mind clean to the books and the sermons, and he said, "I will read what men who knew Jesus personally said about him. I will read about him as though he were a new historical character whom I have never heard anything at all." The man was amazed. A physical weakling? Where did they get that idea? Jesus pushed a pane and swung an axe. He was a successful carpenter. He slept outdoors, and he spent his days walking around his favorite lake. His muscles were so strong that when he drove the money changers out, nobody dared to oppose him. A killjoy? He was the most popular dinner guest in Jerusalem. The criticism which proper people made was that he spent too much time with the publicans and sinners. Very good fellows on the whole, the man thought, and enjoyed society too much. They called him a wine bibbler and a gluttonous man. A failure? He picked up 12 men from the bottom ranks of business and forged them into an organization that conquered the world. When the man had finished his reading, he exclaimed, "This is the man nobody knows." "Someday," he said, "someone will write a book about Jesus. Every businessman will read it and send it to his partners and his salesmen, for it will tell the story of a founder of a modern business." So the man waited for someone to write the book, but no one did. Instead, more books were published about the Lamb of God, who was weak and unhappy and glad to die. The man became impatient, and one day he said, "I believe I will try to write that book myself." And he did. Chapter 1. The Executive. It was very late in the afternoon. If you would like to learn the measure of a man, that is the time of day to watch him. We're all half an inch taller in the morning than at night. It is fairly easy to take a large view of things, then the mind is rested and the nerves are calm. But the day is a steady drain of small annoyances, and the difference in the size of men becomes hourly more apparent. The little man loses his temper, and the big man takes a firmer hold. It was very late in the afternoon in Galilee. A dozen men who had walked all day over the dusty roads were hot and tired, and the sight of the village was very cheering. As they looked down on it from on top a little hill, their leader decided that they had gone far enough. He sent 2 members of the party ahead to arrange for accommodations, and while he and the others sat down on the roadside to wait. After a bit, the messengers were seen returning, and even at the distance it was apparent that something unpleasant had occurred. Their cheeks were flushed and their voices angry, and they had become nearer, and they quickened their pace, each wanting to be the first to explode the bad news. Breathlessly, they told it. The people of the village had refused to receive them, and had given them blunt notice to seek shelter somewhere else. The indignation of the messengers communicated itself to others, who at first could hardly believe their ears. This backwoods village refused to entertain their master? It was unthinkable. He was a famous public figure in that part of the world. He had healed sick people and given freely to the poor. In the capital city, crowds had followed him enthusiastically, so that even his disciples had become men of importance, looking up and talked about it. And now to have this country village deny them admittance as guests. "Lord, these people are insufferable," one of them cried. "Let us all call down fire from heaven and consume them." The others joined in with enthusiasm. "Fire from heaven! That was the idea. Make them smart for their boorishness. Show them that they cannot affront us with impunity. Come, Lord, the fire!" There are times when nothing a man can say is nearly so powerful as saying nothing. Every executive knows that instinctively to argue brings him to the level of those whom he argues. Silence convicts them of their folly. They wish they had not spoken so quickly. They wonder what he thinks. The lips of Jesus tightened. His fine features showed the strain of the preceding weeks, and in his eyes there was a foreshadowing of a more bitter weeks to come. He needed the night's rest, but he did not say a word. Quietly, he gathered up his garments and started on, his outraged companions following. It is easy to imagine his keen disappointment. He had been working with them for 3 years. They could never catch a true vision of what he was about. He had so little time, and they were constantly wasting his time. He had come to save mankind, and they wanted him to gratify his personal resentment by burning up a village? Down the hot road they trailed after him, awed by his silence, vaguely conscious that they had failed again to measure up. And they went to another village, says the narrative, nothing more. No debate, no bitterness, no futile conversation. In the mind of Jesus, the thing was too small for comment. In a world where so much must be done, and done quickly, a memory could not afford to be burdened with a petty slight. And they went to another village. 800 years later, an important man left the White House in Washington for the War Office with a letter from the President to the Secretary of War. In a very few minutes, he was back in the White House again, bursting with indignation. The President looked up with mild surprise. "Did you give him the message, Stanton?" he asked. The other man nodded, too angry for words. "What did he do?" "He tore it up," exclaimed the outraged citizen. "And what's more, sir, he said you're a fool." The President rose slowly from his desk, stretching his long frame into full height, and regarding the wrath of the other as a quizzical glance. "Did Stanton call me that?" he asked. "He did, sir, and repeated it." "Well," said the President with a dry laugh, "I reckon it must be true then, 'cause Stanton is generally right." The angry gentleman waited for the storm to break, but nothing happened. Abraham Lincoln turned quietly to his desk and went on with his work. It was not the first time that he had been rebuffed. In the early months of the war, when every messenger brought bad news, and no one in Washington knew what hour the soldiers of Lee might appear at the outskirts, he had gone to call on General McClellan, taking a member of the cabinet with him. Official etiquette prescribes that the President shall not visit a citizen, but times were too tense for etiquette, and he wanted first-hand news from the only man who could give it. The general was out, and for the hour they waited for the deserted parlor, and they heard his voice, at first in the hall, and supposed, of course, that he would come in at once. But the young Napoleon was too filled with his own importance. Without so much a word of greeting, he brushed by and proceeded in his own haughty way up the stairs. 10 minutes passed, 15, half an hour, and they sat and sent a servant to remind him that the President was still waiting. Obviously shocked and embarrassed, the man returned. The general was too tired for a conference. He said that he had undressed and gone to bed. Not to make a scene before the servants, the cabinet member restrained himself until they were on the sidewalk, and then he burst forth demanding that the consecrate upstart must be removed instantly from command. Lincoln laid a soothing hand on the other's shoulder. There, he said in his deep, sad smile. "I will hold McClellan's horse, if only he will bring us victories." The other leaders in history have had that superiority to personal resentment and small annoyances, which is one of the surest signs of greatness. But Jesus infinitely surpasses all. He knew that pettiness brings down punishment. The law of compensation operates inexorably to reward and afflict us by and through ourselves. The man who is mean only to himself. The village that has refused to admit him require no fire. it has already been dealt with. No miracles were performed in that village. No sick were healed. No hungry were fed. No poor received the message of encouragement and inspiration. That was the penalty for its boorishness. As for him, he forgot the incident immediately. He had work to do. Theology has spoiled the thrill of his life by assuming that he knew everything from the beginning, that his 3 years of public work were a kind of dress rehearsal, no real problems or crisis. What interest would there be of such a life? What inspiration? You who read these pages have your own creed concerning him. I have mine. Let us forget all creed for the time being and take the story just as simple narratives give it. A poor boy growing up in a peasant family, working in a carpenter shop, gradually feeling his powers expanding, beginning to have an influence over his neighbors, recruiting fellow followers, suffering disappointments and reverses, finally death, yet building so solidly and well with that death was only the beginning of his influence. Stripped of all dogma, this is the grandest achievement of all. In the pages of this little book, let us treat it as such. If, in so doing, we are criticized for overemphasizing the human side of his character, we shall have the satisfaction of knowing that our overemphasis tends a little to offset the very great overemphasis which has been exerted on the other side. Books and books and books have been written about him as the Son of God. Surely we have a reverent right to remember that his favorite title for himself was the Son of Man. Nazareth, where he grew up, was a little town in the outlying province. In the fashionable circles of Jerusalem, it was quite the thing to make fun of Nazareth, its crudities of custom and speech, its simplicity of manner. Can any good thing come out of Nazareth? They asked decisively when the report spread that the new prophet had arisen in that country town. The question was regarded as complete rebuttal of his pretensions. The Galileans were quite conscious of the city folks' contempt, but they bore it lightly. Life was a cheerful as an easy-going affair with them, but the sun shone almost every day and the land was fruitful. To make a living was nothing much to worry about, but there was plenty of time to visit. Families went on picnics in Nazareth, as elsewhere in the world. Young people walked together in the moonlight and fell in love in the spring. Boys laughed boisterously at their games and got into trouble with their pranks. And Jesus, the boy who worked in the carpenter shop, was a leader among them. Later on, we shall refer again to those boyhood experiences, noting how they contribute to the vigorous physique which carried him triumphantly through his work. We are quite unmindful of the chronology of writing of this little book. We are not bound by the familiar outline which begins with the song of the angels at Bethlehem and ends with the weeping of the woman at the cross. We shall thread our way back and forth through the rich variety of his life, picking up this incident and that bit of conversation, this dramatic contact and that audacious decision, and bringing them together as best to illustrate our purpose. For that purpose, it is not to write a biography, but to paint a portrait. So, in this first chapter, we shall pass quickly over 30 years of his life, noting only that somehow, somewhere, there occurred in those 30 years the eternal miracle, the awakening of the inner consciousness of power. The internal miracle. In New York, one day, a luncheon was tendered by a gathering of distinguished gentlemen to David Lloyd George. There were perhaps 200 at the table. The food was good, the speeches were impressive, but what stirred one's imagination was the study of the men at the speaker's table. There they were, some of the most influential citizens of the present-day world. And who were they? At one end of the internal financier, the son of a poor country parson, beside him a great newspaper proprietor. He came from a teeny town in Maine and landed in New York with less than $100. A little farther along, the president of the Worldwide Press Association, a copy boy of the country newspaper office, and in the center, a boy who grew up out of poverty in an obscure Welsh village, and became the commanding statesman of the British Empire in the greatest crisis of history. Then, and how, and where did the eternal miracle occur in the lives of those men? At what hour in the morning, in afternoon, in the quiet long evenings, did the audacious thought enter the mind of each of them that he was larger than the limits of a country town, that his life might be bigger than his father's? When did the thought come to Jesus? Was it one morning when he stood at the carpenter's bench, the sun streaming across the hills? Was it late at night after the family had retired and he had slipped out to walk and wonder under the stars? Nobody knows. All we can be sure of is this, that the consciousness of his divinity must have come to him in a time of solitude, of awe, in the presence of nature. The Western Hemisphere has been fertile in material progress, but the great religions have all come out of the East. The deserts are a symbol of the infinite, the vast spaces that divide men from the stars and fill the human soul with wonder. Somewhere, at some unforgettable hour, the daring filled his heart. He knew that he was bigger than Nazareth. Another young man had grown up nearby and was beginning to be heard in the larger world. His name was John. How much two boys may have seen of each other, we don't know. But certainly the younger, Jesus, looked up to and admired his handsome, fearless cousin. We can imagine with an eager interest that he must have received the reports of John's impressive success at the Capitol. He was a sensation of that season. The fashionable folk of the city were flocking out to the river to hear his denunciations and even accepted his demand for repentance and were baptized. His fame grew. His uncompromising speeches were quoted far and wide. The businessman of Nazareth, who had been up to Jerusalem, brought back stories and quotations. There was a considerable head-waging, as there always was. These folks had known John as a boy. They could hardly believe that he was much of a man, as the world seemed to think. But there he was, one who had no doubts. A day came when he was missing from the carpenter shop. The sensational news spread through the streets, and he had gone to Jerusalem, to John, to be baptized. John's reception of him was flattering. During the ceremony of baptism, and for the rest of the day, Jesus was in a state of splendid exultation. No shadow of a doubt darkened his enthusiasm. He was going to do big things, which John had done. He felt the power stirring in him, and he was eager to begin. Then the day closed and night descended, and with it came the doubts. The narrative describes them as threefold temptation, and introduces Satan to add the dramatic quality of the event. In our simple story, we need not spend much time with the description of Satan. We do not know whether he is to be regarded as a personality or as an personification of an inner experience. The temptation is more real without him, more akin to our own trials and doubts. With him or without him, however, the meaning of the experience is clear. This is its meaning. The day of supreme assurance has passed. The days of fearful misgiving had come. What man of outstanding genius has ever been allowed to escape them? For how many days and weeks do you think the soul of Lincoln must have been tortured? Inside himself, he felt his power. But where and when would his opportunity come? Must he forever ride the country circuit and sit in a dingy office settling a community's petty disputes? Had he perhaps mistaken the inner message? Was he, after all, only a common fellow, a fair country lawyer and good teller of jokes? Those who rode with him on a circuit testify to his terrifying moods of silence. What solemn thoughts besieged him in those silences? What fear of failure? What futile rebellion at the narrow limits of his life? The days of Jesus' doubt are set down in his 40 in number. It is easy to imagine that lonely struggle. He had left a good trade among people who knew and trusted him. And for what? To become a wandering preacher? Talking to folks who had never heard of him? And what was he to talk about? How, with his lack of experience, should he find words for his message? Where should he begin? Who would listen? Would they listen? Hadn't he perhaps made a mistake? Satan, says the narrative, tempted him, saying, "You are hungry. Here are stones. Make them into bread." The temptation of material success. It was entirely unnecessary for him to be hungry ever. He had a good trade. He knew well enough that his organizational ability was better than Joseph's, and he could build up far more successful business and acquire comfort and wealth. Why not? Satan comes in again, according to the narrative, taking him up to the high mountain and showing him the kingdoms of the world. All these can be yours if you only compromise. He could go to Jerusalem and enter the priesthood. That would be a sure road to distinction. He could do good in that way and have the satisfaction of success as well. Or he might enter the public service and seek political leadership. There was plenty of discontent to be capitalized, and he knew the farmer and the laborer. He was one of them. They would listen to him. The 40 days and nights, the insistent fight went on. But once settled, it was settled forever. In the calm of the wilderness, there came a majestic conviction. which is the very soul of leadership, the faith that his spirit was linked to the eternal, that God had sent to him into the world to do the work which no one else could do, which, if he neglected it, would never be done. Magnifying his temptation, seen as greatly as you will, say that God spoke more clearly to him than to any one who has ever lived. It is true, but to every man a vision of clear voice speaks. There is no great leadership where there is not a mystic. Nothing splendid has ever been achieved except by those who dared to believe that something inside of themselves was superior to circumstance. To choose the sure thing is treason to the soul. If this was not the meaning of the 40 days in the wilderness, if Jesus did not have that real temptation, which might have ended his ongoing back to the bench of Nazareth, and then the 40 days struggle has no real significance to us. But the temptation was real, and he conquered. The youth who had been a carpenter strayed in the wilderness. A man came out. Not the full-fledged master who, within the shadow of the cross, would cry, "I have overcome the world." He had still much growth to make, much progress in the vision of self-confidence. But the beginnings were there. Men who looked up to him from that hour felt the authority of one who has put a spiritual house in order and knows clearly what he is about. Success is always exciting. We never grow tired as we ask, what and how? What, then, were the principal elements of his power over men? How was it that a boy from a country village became the greatest leader? First of all, he had the voice and manner of a leader. The personal magnetism which begets loyalty and commands respect. The beginnings of it were present to him even as a boy. John felt them. One day when John looked up from the river, and he was baptizing converts, and he saw Jesus standing on the bank, and he drew back in protest. "I have a need to be baptized of thee," he exclaimed. "And comest thou to me?" The lesser man recognized the greater instinctively. We speak of personal magnetism as though we were something mysterious about it, a magic quality bestowed on 1 in 1,000 and denied to all the rest. This is not true. The essential element in personal magnetism is a consuming sincerity, an overwhelming faith in the importance of the work one has to do. Emerson said, "You are thunders so loud, I can hear what you say." And Mirabeau, watching the face of young Robespierre, exclaimed, "That man will go far. He believes every word he says." Most of us go through the world mentally divided against ourselves. We wonder whether we're in the right jobs, whether we're making the right investments, whether, after all, anything is important as it seems to be. Our enemies are those of our own being and creation. Instinctively, we wait for a commanding voice, for one who shall say authoritatively, "I have the truth. This is the way of happiness and salvation." There was in Jesus supremely that quality of conviction. Even very successful people were moved by it. Jesus had been in Jerusalem only a day or two, when there came a knock on his door at night. He opened it to find Nicodemus, one of the principal men of the city, a member of the Sanhedrin, a Supreme Court judge. One feels the dramatic quality of this meeting. The young, almost unknown teacher and the great man, half curious, half convinced. It seemed it would have been easy to make a mistake. Jesus might naturally have expressed his sense of honor at the visit. He said, "I appreciate your coming, sir, if you were an older man and successful. I am just starting on my work, and I should like to have you advise me as to how I may best proceed." But there was no such note in the interview. No effort to make it easy for the notable visitor to become a convert. One catches his breath involuntarily at the audacity of the speech. "Verily, verily, I say unto you, Nicodemus, except you are born again, you cannot see the kingdom of heaven." And a few moments later, "If I have told you earthly things, and you have not believed, how shall you believe if I tell you heavenly things?" Our famous visitor did not enroll as a disciple, and was not invited to enroll. But he never forgot the impression made by the young man's amazing self-assurance. In a few weeks, the crowds along the shores of the Sea of Galilee were to feel the same power and respond to it. They were quite accustomed to the discourses of the scribes and Pharisees, long, involved arguments backed up by many citations from law, but there his teacher was different. He quoted nobody. His own word was offered as sufficient. He taught as one having authority and not as the scribes. Still, later, we have yet more striking proof of the power that supreme conviction can carry. At this date, he had become so large a public influence as to threaten the peace of the rulers, and they sent a detachment of soldiers to arrest him. They were stern men, presumably immune to sentiment. They returned, after a while, empty-handed. "What's the matter?" their commander demanded angrily. "Why didn't you bring him in?" And they, smarting under their failure to hardly knowing how to explain it, could make it only a surely excuse. "You'll have to send someone else," they said. "We don't want to go against him. The man never so spoke." They were armed. He had no defense but his manner and tone, but these were enough. In any crowd, under any circumstances, the leader stands out. By the power of his faith in someone else and himself, he commands, and men instinctively obey. This blazing conviction was the first and greatest element in the success of Jesus. The second was his wonderful power to pick men and to recognize hidden capabilities in them. It must have amazed Nicodemus when he learned the names of the 12 men who the young teacher had chosen to be his associates. What a list! Not a single well-known person on it. Nobody who had ever made any success of anything. A haphazard collection of fishermen, a small-town businessman, one tax collector, and a member of the most hated element in the community. What a crowd! Nowhere is there such a startling example of an executive success as the way in which that organization was brought together. Take the tax collector, Matthew. As the most striking instance, his occupation carried a heavy weight of social ostracism. but it was profitable. He was probably well-to-do, according to his simple standards of his neighborhood, and certainly he was a busy man and not subject to impulsive action. His action to the group of disciples is told in a single sentence. And as Jesus passed by, he called Matthew. Amazing. No argument, no pleading. A smaller leader would have been compelled to set up the advantages of the opportunity. Of course you're doing well. Where are you and how are you making money? He might have said. I can offer you as much as you're getting. In fact, if you have some difficulty in making ends meet, but I think we are going to have an interesting time and shall probably accomplish big work. Such a conversation would have been met with Matthew's reply that he would have to think it over, and the world would have never heard his name. There was no such trifling with Jesus. As he passed by, he called Matthew. No executive in the world can read that sentence without acknowledging that here indeed is the Master. He had born leaders' gift for seeing powers in men of which they themselves were often almost unconscious. One day, as he was coming into a certain town, a tremendous crowd pressed around him. There was a rich man named Zacharias in the town, small in stature, but with such keen business ability that he had got himself generally disliked. Being curious to see the distinguished visitor, he had climbed up into a tree. Imagine his surprise when Jesus stepped under the tree and commanded that he come down, and saying, "Today I intend to eat at your house." The crowd was stunned. Some of the bolder spirits took it upon themselves to tell Jesus of his social blunder. He couldn't afford to make the mistake of visiting Zacharias. They said their protests were without avail. They saw in Zacharias merely a dishonest little Jew. He saw in him a man of unusual generosity and a fine sense of injustice, who needed only to have those qualities revealed by someone who understood. So, with Matthew, the crowd only saw the despised tax gatherer. Jesus saw a potential writer of a book which would live forever. So, also with that certain centurion, who is one of the anonymous characters in history that every businessman would have liked to meet. The disciples brought him to Jesus in some misgivings and apology, and they said, "Of course, this man is a Roman employee, and you may reprove us for introducing him, but really he is a very good fellow, a generous man, and a respecter of our faith." Jesus and the centurion, looking at each other, found an immediate bond of union, each responding to the other's strength. Said the centurion, "Master, my servant is ill, but it is unnecessary for you to visit my house. I understand how such things are done, for I too am an executive, and I say to this man, 'Go,' and he goeth, and to the other, 'Come,' and he cometh, and to my servant, 'Do this,' and he does it, and therefore I speak the word only. I know my servant will be healed." Jesus faced kindly with admiration. "I have not found anywhere such faith as this," he exclaimed. This man understood him. Both were executives. They had the same problems and the same power. They talked the same language. Having gathered together his organization, there remained Jesus the tremendous task of training it. And herein lay the third great element of his success, his vast, unending patience. The church has attached to each of the disciples the title of saint, and thereby done most to destroy the conviction of their reality. They were far from sainthood when he picked them up. For 3 years he had them with him day and night, his whole energy and resources poured out of his effort to create an understanding in them. Yet, through it all, they never fully understood. We have seen at the beginning of this chapter an example of their petulance. The narratives are full of similar discouragements. In spite of all he could do or say, they were planned to overthrow the Roman power and set himself up as ruler in Jerusalem. Hence, they never tired of wrangling as to how the offices should be divided. Two of them, James and John, got their mother to come to him and ask what her sons might sit, one on his right and one on his left. And when the other 10 heard of it, they were angry with James and John. But Jesus never lost his patience. He believed that the way to get faith out of men is to show that you have faith in men. And from that great principle of executive management, he never wavered. All the disciples, Simon was the most noisy and aggressive. It was he who was always volunteering advice, forever proclaiming the staunchness of his own courage and faith. One day, Jesus said to him, "Before the cock crows tomorrow, you'll deny me thrice." Simon was indignant. Though they killed him, he cried he would never die and deny. Jesus merely smiled, and that night it happened. A lesser leader would have dropped Simon. "You have your chance," he would have said. "I'm sorry, but I must have men around me whom I can depend." Jesus had a rare understanding that the same man will usually not make the same mistake twice. To this frail, very human, very likable ex-fisherman, he spoke no word of rebuke. Instead, he played the stroke of master strategy. "Your name is Simon," he said. "Thereafter, you shall be called Peter, a rock." It was daring, but he knew this man. The shame of the denial had tempered the iron of that nature like fire. From that time on, there was no faltering in Peter, even at the death. The Bible presents an interesting collection of contrasts in this matter of executive ability. Samson had almost all the attributes of leadership. He was physically powerful and handsome. He had the great courage to which men always responded. No man was ever given a finer opportunity to free his own countrymen from the oppressors and build a great place of power for himself. Yet Samson failed miserably. He could do wonders single-handedly, but he could not organize. Moses started out under the same handicap. He tried to be everything and do everything, and was almost on the verge of failure. It was his father-in-law, Jethro, who saved him from the calamity. And said that shrewd old man, "The thing that thou doest is not good. Thou wilt surely wear away, both thou and his people that is with thee. For the thing is too heavy for thee, and for thou art not able to perform it thyself alone." Moses took only the advice and associated with himself a partner, Aaron, who was strong where he was weak. They supplemented each other, and together achieved what neither of them could have done alone. John the Baptist had the same lack. He could denounce, but he could not construct. He drew crowds who were willing to represent his command, but he had no program for them. After their repentance, they waited for him to organize them for some sort of effective service, and he was no organizer. So his followers drifted away, and his movement gradually collapsed. The same thing might have happened to the work of Jesus. He had started with much less reputation than John, and much smaller group of followers. He had only 12, and there were only untrained simple men with elementary weaknesses and passions. Yet, because of the fire of his personal conviction, because of his marvelous instinct for discovering the latent powers, and because of his unwavering faith and patience, he molded them into an organization which carried on victoriously. Within a very few years of his death, it was reported in a far-off corner of the Roman Empire that These who have turned the world upside down have come hither also." A few decades later, the proud emperor himself bowed his head to the teachings of this Nazareth carpenter, transmitted through common men. Chapter 2. The Outdoor Man. To most of the crowd there was nothing unusual in the scene. That is the tragedy of it. The air was filthy, and the smell of animals and human beings herded together. Men and women trampled one another, crying aloud their imprecations. At one side the court there were pens to the cattle, and doves caged at the other, and in the foreground hard-faced priests and money-changers sat behind the long tables, exacting the utmost farthing from those who had come to buy. One would never imagine that this is a place of worship, yet it was the temple, the center of religious life of the nation, and to the crowds who jammed its courts, the spectacle seemed perfectly normal. That was the tragedy of it. Standing a little apart from the rest, the young man of Nazareth watched in amazement, which deepened gradually into anger. It was no familiar sight to him that he had not been to the temple since his 12th year. When Joseph and Mary took him up to be legally enrolled as a son of the law, the chief memory of that previous visit was a long conversation with certain old men in a quiet room. He had not witnessed the turmoil in the outer courts, or he had made a small impression of his youthful mind, but this day was different. For weeks he had looked forward to the visit, planning the journey with the company of the Galilean pilgrims who tramped all day to spend the nights of their tents under the open sky. To be sure, some of the older ones muttered about the extortions of the money changers. A woman told how a lamb which she had raised with so much devotion the previous year had been scornfully rejected by the priests, who directed her to buy from the dealers. An old man related his experience, and he brought down the savings from the month to purchase his gift, and the money changers converted his providential currency into temple coin at a robber's rate. Other pilgrims had similar stories, but after all, they were old people, prone to complain. The journey and the sacrifice were worth the cost. One must expect to pay for such a great privilege. So a young man might have thought the night before. But today he faced the sordid reality, and his cheeks flushed. A woman's shrill tones pierced the rivalry like a knife, and she turned to see the peasant mother protesting vainly against the ruthless exaction. An unruly animal threatened to break through the bars, and part of the crowd fell back with cries of terror. A money changer with the face of a pig leaned gloatingly over to his hoard. A young man picked up a handful of cords and from the pavement, and half unconsciously now was braiding them into a whip. Watching the whole scene silently, and suddenly, without a word of warning, he strode to the table where the fat money changer sat, and hurled it violently across the court. And the startled robber lurched forward, grasped the gains, and lost his balance and fell sprawling to the ground. Another step, and the second table was turned over, and another, and another. The crowd, which had melted back at the start beginning to catch the glimmering of what was up, and surged forward around the young man. He strode on, looking neither to the right nor the left. He reached the counters to where the dove cages stood. With a quick, sure movement of the cages, they were opened and the occupants released. Brushing aside a group of dealers who had taken their stand to the front of the cattle pens, he threw down the bars and drove the bellowing animals out through the crowd and into the streets, striking vigorous blows with his little whip. The whole thing happened so quickly that the priests were swept off their feet. Now, however, They collected themselves and bore down upon him in a body. Who was he that dare this act of defiance? Where had he come from? By what authority did he presume to interrupt our business? The crowds gave way again at the onslaught, and they enjoyed the turmoil, as the crowd always does, and heeded and hated the priests and robbers. But when it came to answering for the consequences, they were perfectly willing to leave it to him. And he was willing they should. He stood flushed and panting, a little whip in his hands, and he glanced, swept scornfully over faces, distorted by anger and greed. "This is my authority," he cried. "It is written, 'My house shall be called a house of prayer for all the nations.' But you have made it a den of robbers." Stung by his taunt, the accusers hesitated. In their moment of hesitation were lost. The soldiers turned their backs. It was nothing that they had cared about. But the crowd burst forth with a mighty cheer and rushed forward to bore him out of the temple, the priests and the money changers scurrying before him. The night his accusation was the talk of the town. "Did you hear what happened at the temple today?" Not a man of them dared stand up to him. Dirty thieves. It was coming to him. What's his name? Jesus. He used to be a carpenter up in Nazareth. It is a very familiar story, but preached upon and pictured. But almost invariably the pictures show him with a halo around his head, as though that was the explanation of his triumph. The truth is so much simpler and more impressive. There was in his eyes a flaming moral purpose, and greed and oppression have always been shriveled before such fire. But with the majesty of his glance there was something else which counted powerfully in his favor. At his right arm rose and fell, striking its blows with a little whip. The sleeve dropped back to reveal muscles as hard as iron. No one who watched him in action had any doubt that he was fully capable of taking care of himself. No flabby priest or money changer cared to try the conclusions of that arm. There are those whom it will seem almost irrelevant to suggest that Jesus was physically strong. They think of him as a voice, a presence, a spirit. They never feel the rich cognation of his laughter, nor remember how heartily he enjoyed good food, or think of the years of hard toil must have done to his arms and back and legs. Look for a minute at those first 30 years. Here was no soft bed for his mother on the night he entered the world. He was brought forth in a stable amid animals, and animals like men who tended him. He was wrapped in rough garments, and expected almost from the beginning to look after himself. When he was still an infant, the family hurried away into Egypt. On the long trip back, some years later, he was judged only enough to walk. From there were younger children, and so, day after day, drudged beside the little donkey or scurried into the woods by the roadside to find fuel. It was a hard school for babyhood, but it gave him a hardness that was an enormous asset later on. Early in his boyhood, Jesus, as the eldest son, went into the family carpenter shop. The practice of carpentry was no easy business in those simpler days. Doubtless, the man who took a contract for a house assumed responsibilities for digging into the rough hillside for its foundations, for felling trees in the forest and shaping them with an axe. In later years, those who listened to the talk of Jesus by the Sea of Galilee and heard him speak of the man who built his house upon a rock had no doubt what he knew that he was talking about. Some of them had seen him bending and strong, clean shoulders to deliver the heavy blows, or watch him drudge away into the woods with his axe over his shoulder, and return at nightfall with a rough-hewn beam. So he waxed strong, as the narrative tells us, a phrase which has rather been buried under the too frequent repetition of the meek and lowly, and the lamb. As he grew in stature and experience, he developed with his personal skill an unusual capacity for directing the work of other men, so that Joseph allowed him an increasing responsibility in the management of the shop. And this was fortunate, for the day came when Joseph stood at the bench no longer, having sowed his last board and planted it smooth, and management of the business descended upon the shoulders of the boy who had learned it so thoroughly at his side. Is it not time for a larger reverence to be given to that quiet, unassuming Joseph? To Mary, his wife, the church has signed a place of eternal glory, and no thoughtful man can fail to be thankful for it. It is impossible to estimate how great an influence has been exerted for the betterment of a woman's life by the fact that millions of human beings have been taught from infancy to venerate a woman. But with the glorification of Mary, there has been almost a complete neglect of Joseph. The same theology, which has been painted the son of a soft, gentle, to the point of weakness, has altered the feminine influence in its worship, and denied any large place to the masculine. It is partly because Mary lived to be known and remembered by the disciples, while nobody remembered Joseph. He was just an untutored peasant, married to a superior woman, and baffled by the genius of a son whom he could never understand. Or was there underneath his self-effacement a vigor and faith that molded a boy's plastic years? Was he a happy companion to the youngsters? Did he carry the youngest laughing and crowning on his shoulders from the shop? Was he full at jokes at dinner time? Was he ever tired and short-tempered? Did he ever punish? To all these questions a narrative gives no answer. And since this is so, since there is no one who can refute this, we have a right to form our own conception of the character that is vastly significant and wholly unknown man, and to be guided by the one momentous fact which we do not know. It is this: he must have been friendly and patient and fine. He must have seemed to his children to be an almost ideal parent. For when Jesus sought to have mankind a new conception of a character of God, he could find no more exalted term for his meaning than the word Father. 30 years went by. Jesus has discharged his duty. The younger children were big enough for self-support. The strange sterlings that had gone onto the inside of him for years, setting him off more from his associates, were crystallized by the reports of John's success. The hour of the great decision arrived, and he hung up his tools and walked out of town. What sort of looking man was he that day when he appeared at the bank of Jordan and applied to John for baptism? What had the 30 years of physical toil given him in stature and physique? Unfortunately, the gospel narrative supplied no satisfying answer to these questions, and the only passage to the ancient literature which purports to be contemporary description of him have proved a forgery. Nevertheless, it requires only a little reading between the lines to be sure that almost all the painters have misled us, that shown us a frail man, under-muscled, with a soft face, a woman's face covered with a beard, a benign but baffled look, and as though the problems of living were so grievous that death would be a welcome release. This is not the Jesus at whose words the disciples left their businesses to enlist in an unknown cause. And for proof of that assertion, consider only 4 aspects of his experience: the health that flowed out of to create the health of others, the appeal of his personality to women, weakness does not appeal to them, his lifetime of outdoor living, and the steel-like hardness of his nerves. First, then, his power of healing. He was teaching one day in Capernaum, in a house crowded to the doors, when a commotion occurred in the courtyard. A man sick in bed for years had heard the reports of his marvelous power and persuaded 4 friends to carry him to the house. Now, at the very entrance, their way was blocked. The eager listeners inside would not give way even to the sick man. They refused to sacrifice a single word. Sorrowfully, the 4 friends started to carry the invalid back to his house again. But the poor fellow's will was so strong, even if his body was weak. Rising on his elbows, he insisted that they take him up the stairway, onto the outside of the house, and lower him through the roof. They protested, but he was inflexible. It was his only chance for health, and he would not give it up until everything has been tried. So at that length they consented, and in the midst of a sentence their teacher was interrupted dramatically. The sick man lay helpless at his feet. Jesus stopped, bent down, taking the flabby hand in his firm grasp. His face was lightened with a wonderful smile. "Son, thy sins are forgiven," he said. "Rise up, take thy bed, and walk." The sick man was stupefied. Walk! He had never expected to walk again. Did this stranger understand that he had been bedridden for years? Was this some sort of a cruel jest to make him a laughingstock of the crowd? A bitter protest rushed to his lips, and he started to speak, and then halted himself. He looked up to the calm assurance of the blue eyes and the supple strength of those muscles, the ruddy skin that testified the rich red blood beneath, and healing occurred. It was as though health poured out of the strong body into the weak one like an electric current from the dynamo. The invalid felt the blood quicken in his palsied limbs, and a faint crush leapt into his thin-drawn cheeks. Almost involuntarily, he tried to rise and found, to his joy, he could. Walk! Do you suppose for 1 minute that weakling uttered that syllable would have produced a result? If Jesus, who looked down on the pitiful wreck, had been a Jesus of the painters, the sick man would have dropped back with a scornful sneer and mentioned to his friends to carry him out. But the health of the teacher was irresistible. It seemed to carry out, "Nothing is impossible, if only your willpower is so strong." And a man who so long ago had surrendered to despair arose and gathered up his bed and went away, healed, like hundreds of others in Galilee, by the strength from the overflowing fountain of strength. One day later, as Jesus walked in a crowd, a woman pushed forward and touched his garment, and by that single touch was cured. The witness acclaimed that a miracle, and it was so. But we need some definition of that word. He himself was very reticent about his miracles, and it is perfectly clear that he did not interrupt them in the same way that his followers did, nor attach the same importance to them. He was often reluctant to perform them, and frequently insisted that the individual whom had been healed should go and tell no man. And on one celebrated occasion, he visited his hometown, Nazareth. The narrative tells us clearly that a miraculous power was powerless, for the very interesting and impressive reason. The people of Nazareth were his childhood acquaintances, and they were very skeptical, and they had heard with cynical scorn the stories of wonders that he had performed in other towns. They were determined not to be fooled, but might deceive the world, which he knew him only as a teacher, but they knew him better. He was just Jesus, their old neighbor, the son of the local carpenter. So of that visit, the gospel writer sat down in one of the most tragic sentences in literature. He could do no mighty works there, they tell us, because of their unbelief. Whatever the explanation of his miraculous power may be, it is clear that something big was required of the recipient as well as the giver. Without a belief in health of the part of the sick man, no health was forthcoming, and no man could have inspired that belief unless in his own health and strength were so perfect as to make even the impossible seem easy. Men followed him, and leaders of men have very often been physically strong, but women worshipped him. This was significant. The names of women constitute a very large portion of the list of close friends. They were women from widely varying stations of life, headed by his mother. Perhaps she never fully appreciated his genius. Certainly she was not without her periods of serious doubt, as we shall discover later on. Yet her loyalty to his best interests, she convinced them, remained true, and she stood tearful but unwavering at the front of the cross. There were Mary and Martha, two gentle maiden ladies who lived outside of Jerusalem, in whose home with Lazarus, their brother, he enjoyed the frequent hospitality. There was Joanna, a rich woman, the wife of one of Herod's stewards. These, and many other types, which are accustomed to designate as good women, followed him with the devotion which knew no weariness or fear. The important and too often forgotten fact is that the relationship is this, that women are not drawn by weakness. The shallow-faced, thin-lipped, so-called spiritual type of man that may awaken maternal instinct, stirring an emotion which is half regard, half pity, but since the world began, no power has fastened the affection of women upon man-like manliness. The men who have been women's men, in the first sense, have been vital, conquering figures of history. The other sort of women came into contact with him. Two, women of less fortunate experience and reputation. Those illusions regarding men were gone, whose eyes saw piercingly, and whose lips well versed in the phrases of contempt. As he saw in the temple, one of them hurried into his presence by a vulgar crowd of self-righteous scribes and Pharisees. She had been taken in the act of infidelity, and according to Mosaic law, she could be stoned to death. Shrinking, embarrassing, yet with a look in which defiance and scorn were mingled too, she stood in his presence and listened while their unclean lips played with the story of her shame. What thoughts must have raced through her mind? She knew men and despised them all, and now was brought to judgment before man. They were all alike in her philosophy. What would this one do and say? To her amazement and the discomfort of her critics, he said nothing. He stooped down and with his finger wrote in the ground, as though he heard them not. They craned their necks to see what he wrote and continued to taunt him with their questions. Moses says stone her. What do you say? Come now. If you're a prophet, there's a matter for you to decide. We found her in the house of so-and-so. She's guilty. What's your answer? All this time they noticed not one looked at the woman's face. He did not look at her now. Slowly, he lifted himself up and facing the evil-minded pack, said quietly, He that is without sin among you, let him cast the first stone. And again, says the narrative, he stooped down and wrote on the ground. A painful silence fell on the crowd, and he conjured writing. Writing what? Some have ventured and conjured that he traced the names of people and places, that he brought a blush of shame to men in that crowd. That they may be so, but it is more impressive to think that he wrote nothing of significance, that he merely busied his finger in the sand, not to add to their or to her discomfiture from looking into her eyes. He wrote, and one by one the thin-lipped champions of morality drew their garments around them and slipped away, until the court was empty, except for him and her. Then, and only then, his glance was lifted. Woman, where are those thine accusers? Hath no man condemned thee? He inquired, as if in surprise. Amazed at the sudden turn of affairs, she would hardly find her voice. No, man, Lord, she muttered, neither do I condemn thee. He answered simply, Go, and sin no more. From that moment, when the noisy vulgar throng had broken upon him, he was complete master of the situation. Those were men not easily abashed, but they slunk out of his presence before waiting for his command. And she, who knew men so much more truly than men know each other, felt his mastery, responding to his power, and spoke to them reverently as Lord. All his days were spent in the open air. This is the third outstanding testimony of his strength. On the Sabbath, he was in the synagogue because that was where the people were gathered. But by a far greater part of his teaching was gone and done on the shores of the lake, or in cool recesses of the hills. He walked constantly from village to village, and his face was tanned by the sun and wind. Even at night he slept outdoors, and when he could, turning his back on the Mount of Olives, he was the type of outdoor man who modern thought most admires, and then the vigorous activities of his days gave his nerves and strength of steel. He stepped into a sailboat, and with the disciples, late one afternoon, and being very tired, lay down the stern and was almost immediately asleep. The crowds grew thicker, and the surface of the lake, which had been quite a few minutes before, was broken into a sudden waves. The little boat dived and tossed, and still he slept. His disciples had grown up on the shores of that lake, and they were fishermen accustomed to its moods, and not easily frightened. But they had never been out in such a storm as this. It grew fiercer. The water began to come over the side, and every moment seemed to threaten destruction. At last they could stand the strain no longer, and they went to the stern and woke him. He rose without the slightest suggestion of hurry or alarm. A quick glance was enough to give them the full understanding of the situation. He issued a few quiet orders, and presently the menaced boat swung round into the smoother waters of safety. Call it a miracle or not, the fact remains that it is one of the finest examples of self-control in all human history. Napoleon said that he had met few men with courage of the 2 o'clock in the morning variety. Many men can be brave in the warmth of the sun and amid the heartening plaudits of the crowds, but to be wakened suddenly out of sound sleep and exhibit instant mastery, that is the type of courage which is rare indeed. Jesus had that courage, and no man ever needed it more. In the last year of his public work, and forces of opposition took him from coherency, those significance, and perfectly clear. If he refused to retreat or to compromise, there would be but one end to his career. He knew that they would kill him, and he knew how they would kill him. More than once in his journeys, he had passed the victims of justice of that day, writhing, tortured beings nailed to crosses and waiting pitilessly for a release. Sometimes they wilted for the days before end, and the memory of such sights must have been constantly with him. At every sunset, he was conscious that he had walked just one day nearer to his own ordeal. Yet he never faltered. Calmly, cheerfully, he went forward, cheering the spirits of his disciples and striking those fiery blows against hypocrisy and oppression which were echoed by the hammer blows upon his cross. And when the soldiers came to arrest him, they found him ready and still calm. The week of his trial and crucifixion takes up to a large portion of the Gospels. For that week alone, we can follow him almost hour by hour, and we know where he ate and slept, and what he said and to whom, and we can trace the gathering storm of fury which finally bore him down. And this is the magnificent thing to remember, that through all the long torture and imprisonment, court trials, midnight hearings, scourgings, loss of food, loss of sleep, He never once ceased to be the master. His accusers were determined. They thronged the courtyard before the palace, clamoring for his blood. Yet even they felt the momentary awe when he appeared before them on the balcony. Even Pilate felt it. The two men offered the strange contrast standing there. The Roman governor, whose lips were so soon to speak the sentence of death, and the silent, self-professed ex-carpenter, accused and doomed, yet bearing himself with so much majesty, as though he were somehow beyond the reach of man-made law, and safe from the hurt of his penalties, and in the face of the Roman were the deep, unpleasant lines. His cheeks were fatty with self-indulgence, and he had colorless look of indoor living. The straight young man stood inches above him, bronzed and hard, and clean as the air of the Love Mountain and Lake. Pilate raised his hand. The shouting and the tumult died, and the deadly silence descended upon the crowd. He turned and faced the figure at his side, and from the coarse lips there burst a sentence which is a truer portrait of any painter has ever given us, the involuntary testimony of the flabby, cynical Roman in the presence of a perfect strength, perfect assurance, and perfect calm. "Behold," he cried, "the man!" Chapter 3. The Sociable Man. A wicked falsehood has come down through the ages. It reappeared in English book as recently as last year. The author, in describing a visit to the high-spirited Lord Fisher, tells of finding him less jovial than usual. Obviously, something was weighing on his mind, and after a while he revealed it. "You know that Pilate was succeeded by the governor of Jerusalem by Lentulus," he remarked in dull notes. The new governor gave a minute description of our Savior, concluding that the statement, "no one had ever seen him laugh." With that wretched remark, Lord Fisher lapsed into a meditative silence. He wanted to be reverent. He had been well grounded in the traditions of the church and class, and he would do his duty as a Christian and Englishman no matter what the cost. But to worship a Lord who never laughed, it was a strain. Lord Fisher made no pretense about it. The quotation from Lentulus is a forgery, penned in by an unknown impostor in a later century, yet how known persistently it has lived. And with that tragic thoroughness, it has done its work. How many millions of happy-minded folk, and when they have thought Jesus at all, they had a feeling of uneasiness. Suppose that they had said he were to enter a room and find us laughing and enjoying ourselves. When there is so much suffering and sin in the world, is it right to be happy? What would Jesus say? With such compunctions, cheerful folk would have brighter moments tinctured. The friendliest men who would have lived been shut off by black wall of tradition from those whose friendship he would have most enjoyed. Theology has reared its graven image and robbed the world of the joy of laughter of a great companion. It is not hard to understand when you remember the character of the early theologians that they lived in sad days. These were men of introspection, to whom every simple thing was a symbolic of some hidden mystery, and life itself a tangle of philosophic formula. Baffled by the death of Jesus, they rejected the splendid truth, and fashioned a creed instead. Lambs were put to death in the temple as a sacrifice for the sins of the worshippers. Ergo, Jesus was the Lamb of God. His death had been planned from the beginning of the world. The human race was hopelessly wayward. God knew it would be, and nothing would turn him from his vindictive purpose to destroy it but sacrifice of an innocent son. Thomas Paine remarked truly that no religion can be really divine which is in any doctrine that offends the sensibilities of a little child. Is there any reader of this page whose childish sensibilities were not shocked when the traditional explanation of the death of Jesus was first poured into his ears? Would any human father, loving his children, have sentenced all to death, and had been persuaded to commute the sentence only by the suffering of his best beloved? A small wonder that Jesus of such a doctrine was supposed never to have laughed. The gospel tells us a different story, but the writers of men are of simple minds, and nature gave great emphasis to the events which impressed them most. Since death is the most dramatic of all phenomena of life, the crucifixions and the events immediately preceding it are set forth in complete detail. The denunciation of the Pharisees, as startling as the disciples of the denunciation of the United States Senate by a barefoot philosopher would be to us, the arrest of the soldiers at night and the trial before the Sanhedrin, the hushed moment of the appearance of the balcony of Herod's palace, and the long sad struggle to Calvary, and the hour of agony on the cross. These were the scenes that buried themselves indelibly into the memories, and all the sunny days preceding fading into less importance. The life of Jesus, as we read it, is what the life of Lincoln would be if we were given nothing of his boyhood and manhood, and very little of his work in the White House, and very detail of his assassination. All four Gospels contain a very full accounts of the weeping which attended the crucifixion, the final miracle. John alone remembered the laughter amid the first one which was performed. It was in a little town of Cana, not far from Nazareth, and Jesus and his mother have been invited to a wedding feast. Often such a celebration continued several days. Everybody was expected to enjoy himself to the utmost as long as the food and drink lasted, and it was a point of the pride of the bride's mother that both food and drink should last a long time. Enthusiasm was a high pitch on the occasion when a servant entered nervously and whispered the distressing message to the hostess. The wine had given out. Picture, if you will, the poor woman's chagrin. This was her daughter's wedding, the one social event in the life of the family. For it they made every sort of sacrifice, cutting a little from their living expenses, going without a new garment, neglecting the needed repair of the house. After it was over, they could count the cost and find some way to even up. But until the last guest is gone, no effort should be spared to uphold the family's dignity in the neighborhood. And to this end, the poor woman had planned it in her proud, sensitive fashion, and now, at the very height of success, the whole structure of her dreams became tumbling down, and the wine had given out. Most of the guests were too busy to note the entrance of the servant or the quick flush that mounted the hostess's cheek, but one woman's sight and sympathy were keener, the mother of Jesus. She saw every move in the little tragedy, and with that instinct, which is quicker than reason, she understood its meaning. She leaned over to her son and confided the message which her friendly eyes had read. "Son, the wine is gone." Well, what of it? Was only one of the score of guests, perhaps 100. There had been wine enough as it was, and the party was noisy and none too restrained, and let them quiet themselves and say goodbye to their hostess and get off to bed. They would feel much better for it in the morning, or they persisted in carrying on, or let the relatives of the hostess make up the deficiency. He was only the guest from another town. Doubtless the woman's brothers were present, or if by some of the neighbors they could slip out and bring some wine back from their stores before the shortage was commented on. Why should he be worried about what one of his affair? Besides, there was a precedent of the matter. Only a few weeks before, when he was tortured by hunger in the wilderness, he had refused to use his miraculous power to transform stones into bread. And if the recruiting of his own strength was beneath the dignity of miracle, surely he could hardly be expected to intervene to prolong a party like this. My friends, we have had a difficult, pleasant evening, and I'm sure we are much indebted to your hostess for it, and I think we have trespassed as far as we should upon her generosity. I suggest that we wish a happy couple a long and prosperous life, and take our way home. Surely, This is the solemn fashion in which the teacher ought to talk. Did any such thoughts cross his mind? And if they did, we have no record of it. He glanced across the wistful face of the hostess, already tears sparkling under her lids. He remembered the event was one of social triumph, of her self-sacrificing life, and instantly his decision was formed. He sent for 6 pots and ordered them filled with water. When the contents of the first one was drawn, the ruler of the feast lifted his glass to the bridegroom and the bewildered but happy hostess. "Every man set forth the good wine," he cried, "and when the men have drunk freely, that which is worse, but thou hast kept the good wine until now." The mother of Jesus looked into the wonder, and she had never fully understood her son. She did not ask to understand. He had somehow saved the situation. She did not question how, but was significant for her, is significant for us. The whole problem of these miracles is the problem of our arguments at the distance. We either accept them or reject them according to the makeup of our minds. But if they are to be accepted at all, then surely this first one ought not be admitted. It often is omitted from the comments on life, or at least passed over hastily, but not to us to think that this first is friendliness. It seems glorious characteristic, setting for a pattern all for 3 years that were to follow. "I came that ye might have life," he exclaimed, "and have it more abundantly." So at the very outset, he makes use of his mighty power, not to point the solemn moral, but to relieve the sufferer's pain, but to keep the happy party from breaking up too soon, to save the hostess from embarrassment. See, the ruler of the feast rises to propose a toast. Hark to the discord strains of the neighborhood orchestra. Look, a tall, broad-shouldered man towers above the crowd. Listen, hear his laugh. The Jewish prophets were stern-faced men. They are few, if any, gleams of humor in the Old Testament, and from the beginning to end, it was the business of a prophet to denounce folks for their sins. Go to the Boston Public Library and look at their portraits. You are moved by their moral grandeur, but rather glad to get away. They are not the kind of men whom you would choose as companions on a fishing trip. John the Baptist was the last of his majestic succession of thunderers, for he forsook the cities as being wicked beyond any hope, and pitched his camp in the wilderness beside the banks of the Jordan. For clothes he wore the skins of animals. His food was locusts and wild honey. He indulged in long fasts and vigils, and he emerged with flaming eyeballs to deliver the uncompromising challenge. "Repent," he cried, stretching out his gaunt arm towards the thoughtless capital. "Repent while you still have time. God has given us hope. His patience is exhausted. He is about to wind up the affairs of the world." Many people flocked out to his camp to hear his fiery language burning through the consciousness that were overgrown with the very thick crust. Fresh from the carpenter's shop came Jesus to stand and listen with the rest. To what degree was his influence? Did he to believe the world was almost an end? Did he see himself cast a role like John's, a voice in the wilderness crying destruction? Here is some evidence to make us think so. He went away from John's camp and hid himself in the woods, and for 40 days and nights he fought the thing through. But at the end, his mind was made. His place was among his fellows, and for that time preaching bore a decided resemblance to John's. He, too, talked the eminence of the kingdom of heaven, and warned his hearers that the time was short. But little by little the note of warning diminished, and the appearance and appeal of righteousness as a happier, more satisfying way of living increased. God ceased to be the stern, unforgiving judge, and became the loving, friendly Father. He himself was less and less the prophet, and more the companion. So much so that John, imprisoned and depressed, began to be tortured by doubt. Was this Jesus really the man who he hoped would carry his work? Had he, John, made a mistake? What were these rumors that came to Jesus of Jesus' conduct? His presence at parties, the failure to keep stipulated fasts, and the unconventional habit of his followers. What did such unprophetic conduct mean? John sent 2 of his disciples to watch and ask, and Jesus, knowing how wide the difference between their attitude and his, he refused to argue or defend. "Go and tell your master what you've seen and heard," he said. "The sick are healed, the blind have received their sight, the poor have the gospel preached to them." It is true that I do not fast, nor forego the everyday pleasures of life. John did his work, and it was fine, but I cannot work in his way. I must be myself, and these results which you have seen, these are my evidence. He loved to be in the crowd. Apparently, he attended all the feasts at Jerusalem, not merely as religious festivals, but because all the folks were there, and he had an all-embracing fondness for folks. We err if we think of him as a social outsider. To be sure, it was the poor who heard him gladly, and most of the close disciples were men and women of lower classes. But there was time when he was quiet and the favorite of Jerusalem. The story of his days was dotted with these phrases. A certain ruler desired him, and he should with these eat with him. They desired him greatly to remain in the adobe 2 days. Even then, he had denounced the Pharisees and hypocrites and the children of the devil. Even when the clouds of disapproval were gathered for the final storm, they still could not resist the charm of his presence, nor the stimulation of his talk. Close up to the end of the story, we read that a certain chief of the Pharisees desired him that he would dine at his house. No other public character has ever had a more interesting list of friends. It ran from the top of the social ladder to the bottom. Nicodemus, a member of the Supreme Court, had too big a stake in the social order to dare to be a disciple, but he was friendly all the way through, and notably at the end, some unknown rich man, the owner of an estate in the Mount of Olives, threw it open to Jesus gladly as a place of retirement and rest. And when we needed a room for the Last Supper with his friends, he had only sent a messenger ahead to ask. The request was enough. A Roman centurion was glad to be counted among the acquaintances, and the wife of the steward of Herod, and probably the steward himself, contributed to the comfort. And in the last sad hours, we had hatred of his enemies, had completed his work, and his body hung lifeless from the cross. It was the rich man named Joseph, a rich man who had sunk into oblivion, like the other rich men of the ages, except for this one had a great act of friendship, who begged the authorities for his body, and having prepared it for burial, laid it in a private tomb. There were his associates among the socially elite. What sort of people made up the rest of his circle? All sorts: Pharisees, fishermen, merchants, and tax collectors, cultivated women and outcast women, soldiers, lawyers, beggars, lepers, publicans, and sinners. What a spectacle they must have presented, trailing after him through the streets, or covering the side of green slopes on a mountain where he delivered his one long discourse. How they revealed the keen thrust of his answer. When some smart member of the company tried to trip him up, what heated arguments carried back and forth, what shrewd retorts, what pointers joked. He loved it all. The pleasure of the crowd, the clash of wits, the eating and the after-dinner talk. He was criticized because he enjoyed it so much, and because his disciples did not fast and go without gloomy looks. He gave an answer that throws the wonderful light upon his own conception of his mission. Do the friends of his bridegroom fast while the bridegroom is still with them? He demanded. Not a bit of it. They enjoy every moment of his stay, and I am the bridegroom, and these are my hours of celebration. Let my friends be happy with me for a little while that we are together. They will be plenty of time when solemn thoughts after I am gone. This was his own picture of himself, a bridegroom, the center of the soul of the glorious existence, the bringer of the news, so wonderful that those who received it should be marked by their radiance as a badge. Of course, he disregarded the narrow code of the Pharisees. You should walk only so far on the Sabbath, says the code, and he walked as far as he liked. These things that you may eat, and these things you shall not, said the code. You are not defiled by what goes in your mouth, he answered, by what comes out. All prayers must be submitted in accordance to the forms provided, said the code. None others are acceptable. It was blasphemy to him. His God was no bureau, no rule maker, no accountant. God has a spirit, and he cried, between the great spirit and the spirits of men, which are the tiny part of his, no one has the right to intervene with the formula and rules. He told a story which must have outraged the self-righteous members of his audience, and he said that a certain man had 2 sons. The elder, a perfectly proper, perfectly uninteresting young man, worked hard, saved his money, and conducted himself generally as a respectable member of society. But the people were gloomier rather than happier when he came around. He never once gave a generous impulse. The younger son was a reckless ne'er-do-well, who took his portion of the estate, went off to the far country where he led a wild life, and presently and pennilessly and repent. In the mood, he proceeded to work his way back to his father's house. The father had never ceased to watch the hope, and he saw the boy coming a long way down the road and ran to him, threw his arms around the dusty shoulders, kissed his forehead, and bore him a triumph from the front door. Bring a fatted calf, he cried, make a feast, call the neighbors in to celebrate, for this is my son, which is gone and come back. He was dead to decency and idealism, and now he has cleaned up his thinking and is alive again. There were high doings in that house that day, and everyone enjoyed them except the older son. He was sullen and self-pitying. Where do I come in? He exclaimed. Here, I work and I save, and I have never had a good time. This responsible youngster has had nothing but good times, and now, when he comes back home, and after having run through his money, and they give him a party, it's wrong. The father did not define the younger son, but he rebuked the elder. That was what hurt the smugly complacent members of the audience, whom Jesus told the story. The implication was too plain. There are 2 ways which a man may waste his life, the story said in effect. One is to run away from your responsibilities, causing sorrow to your parents, and to hurt your associates, killing your finer nature. That is wrong. A man must repent of such conduct and change his life if he is to be received again into his Father's house. But the other thing is equally wrong. God is a generous giver, and a selfish getting is sin. God laughs in the sunshine and sings through the throats of birds. He who neither laugh nor sing is out of tune with the infinite. God has exercised all the ingenuity in making the world a pleasant place. Those who find no pleasure and give none offer him a constant affront. However precise their conduct, their spirits are an offense. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees! You are painfully careful to give exactly 1/10 of your incomes to the temple, figuring down into fractions of pennies, but you neglect the weightier matters of the law, the supreme obligations to leave the world a little more cheerful because you have passed through. This was the message of a happy God wanted his sons and daughters to be happy. Jesus grew tremendously sure of himself, and his ministry progressed. No passages in all literature are more scathing than the denunciation of the cheerless, self-righteous Pharisees. They smarted under the sting, and the crowds laughed at their discomfiture and cheered the young man who dared all call himself the greatest of the prophets and still proclaim that life is a gift to be enjoyed and not a penance to be served. All achieving characters have a sublime disregard of criticism. Never explain, never retract, never apologize. Get it done, let them howl. This was the motto of the great Englishman. It might as well have been the motto of Jesus. No man can expect to accomplish anything if he stands in the terror of the public opinion. He said in substance, people will talk against you no matter how you live or what you do. Look at John the Baptist. He became neither eating nor drinking, and they said he had a devil. I come both eating and drinking, and what do they call me? A wine bibbler and a gluttonous man. He must have told it as a joke on himself, and on John, though the Gospels do not say it so. Indeed, we must often wonder how much of his humor has been lost to us by literal mindlessness of his chroniclers. How about that incident, for example, at the pool of Bethesda, the pool in Jerusalem near the sheep market, which is supposed to have magic properties? Hundreds of sick people were left along the edges to wait for the moment when the waters could be stirred by the visit of an angel from heaven. Whoever managed to get in the waters first after the stirring was healed. Passed by one afternoon, heard the whining voice of an old fellow who had been lying there for 38 years. Every time the pool stirred, he made a half-hearted effort to jump in, but there was always someone in more determination and more helpful friends. So the old chap could drop back onto his couch and bemoan his hard luck. And he was bemoaning it onto the day when Jesus stopped and looked at him with a whimsical smile. "Wilt thou be made whole?" Jesus demanded. The old man was instantly resentful. What an absurd question. Of course he wanted to be made whole. Hadn't he been trying for 38 years? Why annoy him on such an impertinence? The smile on his face as Jesus broadened. He knew better. Enjoying poor health was the fellow's profession. He had marked on this man in those parts the daily grumblings, and when the sufferers aired their complaints, he was the principal speaker. Nobody had been the pains as he. No other symptoms were so distressing. Let the newcomers take a seat back. He was the only original hard luck story. He had been there for 38 years. The keen eyes of Jesus saw deep into the souls of men. There was a twinkle in them now. "Get up," he said briskly, "and walk." The old chap sputtered and grumbled, but there was no resisting the command of that presence. He rose, and discovered to his own amazement that he could stand. He rolled up his bed and moved off. A reverent hush fell on the assembled crowd, and before they could find their voices, Jesus, too, was gone. The disciples were too deeply impressed for that comment, and they dropped back the respectful distance, and Jesus walked along. Suppose that they had followed closer. Wouldn't their ears have been startled by something suspiciously like a chuckle? It was a good joke on the old chap, he imagined, that he had had hard luck, but the real hard luck was just beginning. No more of the pleasure of self-pity for him. What could this folks say at night when he had came walking in? What a shock to him in the morning when they could go and he'd have to go to work. The shortest verse in the New Testament is Jesus wept. That tragic note in the story of the gospel is carefully preserved. How we wish we might have also told us what occurred that night after the chronic old grumbler was healed. Did Jesus stop by suddenly in the middle of supper and set down his cup with a broad smile across his wonderful face? If he did, the disciples were probably puzzled, and if they were so often puzzled, but surely we have the reverent right to guess what was on his mind, as he pictured the homecoming of that cured old man. On that evening, surely Jesus must have laughed. Someone said that genius is the ability to become a boy again and again. Lincoln had that type of genius. Around his table in Washington sat the members of his cabinet, silenced by their overwhelming sense of responsibility. It was one of the most monumentous meetings in our history. To their amazement, instead of addressing himself directly to the business at hand, Lincoln picked up a volume and began to read aloud the delightful chapter of the nonsense of the Armistice Ward. Frequent chuckles interrupted the reading, but they had become only from the president. His secretaries were too shocked for his expression. Humor at such an hour, it was well nigh sacrilegious. Heedless of the protesting looks, Lincoln finished his chapter, closed the book, scanned their gloomy faces with a sigh. "Gentlemen, why don't you laugh?" he exclaimed. "With a fearful strain upon me tonight and day, if I did not laugh, I should die. And you need this medicine as much as I." With that remark, he turned to his tall hat, which was in the table, and drew forth that Secretary Stanton described as a little white paper. The little white paper from the Emancipation Proclamation. Stanton should scarcely restrain his impulse to stalk the room, but no one in his cabinet really understood Lincoln. He was constantly scandalizing them with his calm disregard of convention and his seemingly prodigal waste of time. His friends and advisers of Jesus were similarly shocked. How could anyone with such important business allow himself to be so casually interrupted? One of the surest marks of greatness, of course, is the accessibility of appearance in having an unstinted allowance of time. Extreme busyness is a symptom of deficient vitality, says Stevenson. The disciples were extremely busy. Judas, most of all. He was the treasurer of the group, harassed because the expenses ran high and there was no certainty of tomorrow's income. Jesus brushed away the petty worries with a smile. "Consider the lilies of the field," he exclaimed. "They toil, neither do they spin. Yet Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one such as these." It was the very poetic, very nice, but it did not fool Judas. He knew that you could not get anywhere in the world without money, and it was his job to find the money. And the other disciples had similar worries. They wanted to get it clear to the relative positions in the new kingdom. They were concerned because outsiders, not properly initiated into the organization, were claiming to be followers of Jesus and doing miracles in his name. They fretted because it was so much work to be done in these days, too short for doing it. But he towered magnificently above them. Wherever he went, the children flocked. Pomp and circumstance meant nothing to him. They were neither attracted by prominence nor awed in its presence. Their instinct cuts through all the outward semblance with a keen, swift edge. Unfailing, they comprehend who the real and who are not. With knowledge which is accumulated wisdom of all the ages, they recognize their friends. So they swarmed around, climbed on his knees, tugged at his garments, smiling up into his eyes, begging to hear more of his stories. It was all highly improper and wasteful in the disciples' eyes, but bustling in efficiency, they hastened to remind him that he had important appointments and tried to push eager mothers back. But Jesus would have none of it. "Suffer the little children to come unto me," he commanded. And he had one of those sayings which should make it so clear that the message of his gospel. They are the very essence of the kingdom of heaven. He said, "Unless you become like them, you shall in no wise enter it." Like them, like little children, laughing, joyous, unaffected, trusting implicitly with time to be kind. To be sure, he was not always in the crowd. He had long hours of withdrawal, and when in communion with his Father, he revealed the deep reservations of his strength and love. Forward, toward the end of the more preoccupied, he knew months in advance that if he made another journey to Jerusalem, his fate would be sealed. Yet he never wavered in his decision to make that journey. Starting out in his mind filled with the approaching conflict. The shoulders burdened with the whole world's need to be heard, and the name called out from the roadside in a shrill, unfamiliar tones. "Jesus, Jesus, thou Son of David, have mercy on me." It was the voice of a useless blind beggar. At once the disciples were upon him, commanding silence. Couldn't he see that the master was deep in thought? Who was he to interrupt? "Keep still, blind man. Get back where you belong." But frantic hope knows no reserve. It was the poor fellow's one possible chance. He cared no more for the rebuke that they for his need. Again, the shrill, insistent voice. "Jesus, Son of David, have mercy on me." Jesus stopped. "Who called my name?" "Nobody, master. Only a blind beggar, a worthless fellow, Barmarius, nobody at all. We'll tend to him." "Bring him here." Trembling with hope, with his guided forward, the deep, rich eyes of the master looked into the sightless eyes. His mind, which has given buried in the greatest problem, which was the mind ever wrestled, gave itself unreservedly to the problem of the forlorn human life. Here was need, and he had time. Something more than 100 years ago, a sermon was preached in the St. John's Church, New York, which dealt very severely with the frailties of poor human nature, and put forth with an incontrovertible assurance of the promise of eternal punishment for a large portion of the race. Among the worshippers of the gentleman of the unfortunate reputation was a keen mind, of whose name lingers unforgettably in our history. As he left the church, a lady spoke to him. "What did you think of the sermon, Mr. Burr?" she asked. "I think," responded Aaron Burr, "that God is better than most people suppose." That was the message of Jesus, that God is supremely better than anyone had ever dared to believe. Not a petulant creator who had lost control of his creation and in wrath was determined to destroy it all. Not a stern judge dispensing impersonal justice. Not a vain king who must be flattered to bribe into concessions of mercy. Not a rigid accountant checking up to the sins against penances and striking a cold hard balance. Not any of these, nothing like these, but a great companion, a wonderful friend, a kindly, indulgent, joy-loving Father. For 3 years Jesus walked up and down the shores of the lake and through the streets and towns of the cities, trying to make them understand. Then came the end, and almost before the fine firm flesh was cold, the distortion began. And who he cared for ceremonies and forms was made the idol of formalism. Men hid themselves in monasteries, and they lashed themselves with whips, and they tortured their skins with harsh garments, and cried out as the children about him wherever he went. Who celebrated in calling of the new disciple with a feast in which all neighborhoods joined. "Hold your heads high," he had exclaimed. "You are lords of the universe, only a little lower than the angels, children of God." But the hymn writers knew better, and they wrote, "Oh, to be nothing, nothing, and for such a worm as I." His last supper with his disciples was an hour of solemn memories. Their minds were heavy with foreboding, and he talked incessantly, but the whole purpose of his talk was to lift up their hearts, to make them think nobly of themselves, to fill their spirits with conquering faith. "May joy I leave with you," he exclaimed. "Be of good cheer," he exclaimed. Joy, cheer, these are words by which he wished to be remembered. But down through the ages he has come the wicked falsehood that he had never laughed. Chapter 4. His Method. Many leaders have dared to lay out ambitious programs, but this is the most daring of all. "Go ye into the world," Jesus said, "and preach the gospel to the whole creation." Consider the sublime audacity of that command. To carry Roman civilization across then known world had cost millions of lives and billions in treasure. To create any sort of reception for a new idea or product today involves a vast machinery of propaganda and expense. Jesus had no funds and no machinery. His organization was a teeny group of uneducated men, one of whom had already abandoned the cause as hopeless and deserted to the enemy. He had come proclaiming a kingdom and was to end up on a cross, yet dared to talk of conquering all creation. What was the source of his faith? In what handful of followers? By what methods had he trained them? What had they learned from him in the secrets of influencing men? We speak of the law of supply and demand, and the words have got turned around. With anything which is not a basic necessity, The supply always precedes the demand. Elias Howe invented the sewing machine, but it nearly rusted away before American women could be persuaded to use it. With their sewing finished so quickly, what could they ever do with their spare time? Howe had a vision, and he had made his vision come true, but he could not sell. So his biographer paints the tragic picture. The man who had done more than any other in his generation to lighten the labor of women is forced to attend the funeral of a woman he loved in a borrowed suit of clothes. Nor are men less stubborn than women in opposition to a new idea. The typewriter had been a demonstrated success for years before businessmen could be persuaded to buy it. How could anyone have had letters enough to justify the investment of $100 in a writing machine? Only when Remington sold the calligraph machine the right to manufacture machines under the Remington patent, the two groups of salesmen set forth in a competition, and it was the resistance broken down. Almost every invention has had a similar battle, said Robert Fullerton of the Claremont. As I had an occasion daily to pass to and from the shipyard where my boat was in progress, I often loitered near the groups of strangers and heard various inquiries as to the object of the new vehicle. The language was uniformly that of scorn, sneer, or ridicule. The loud laugh often arose at my expense, the dry jest, the wise calculations of losses or expenditures, and the dull repetition of Fullerton's folly. Never did a single encouraging remark, a bright hope, a warm wish cross my path. That was the kind of human beings we are. Wise in our own conceit, impervious to suggestion, perfectly sure that we are never to be done and never will be done. 1900 years ago, we are even more impenetrable from modern science, has frequently shot through the hard shell of our complacency. To the whole creation. Assuredly, there is no demand for a new religion. The world is already oversupplied, and Jesus proposed to send forth 11 men to expect them to substitute his thinking for all existing religious thought. In his great act of courage, he was the successor and the surpasser of all the prophets who had gone before. We spoke a moment ago of the prophets as deficient in humor, but they lacked in the amenities of life. They made up richly in vision. Each one of them brought to the world a revolutionary idea, and we cannot understand truly the significance of the work of Jesus unless we remember that he began where they left off, building on a firm foundations he had laid. Let us glance at them a moment, starting with Moses, at the miracle he wrought in the thinking of his race. The world was full of gods of his day, male gods, female gods, wooden gods, iron gods. It was a poverty-stricken tribe which could not boast of 100 at least. A human mind had ever been able to leap upon the idea that every natural phenomenon was an expression of a different deity. Along came Moses, with one transcendent intellects of history. There is one God, he cried. What an overwhelming idea, and how magnificent its consequences. Taking a disorganized crowd of folks who had been slaves in Egypt for generations, their spirits broken by rule and rod, Moses persuaded them that God is the most all-in-one powerful God, was their special friend and protector, fired them with faith in conviction, and transformed them from slaves to conquerors. Moses died, and the nation carried on under the momentum which he had given it, until there arose Amos, a worthy successor. There is one God, Moses had said. God is a God of justice, added Amos. That assertion is such an elementary part of our consciousness that we are almost shocked by the suggestion that it could ever have been new. But remember, the gods that were current in Amos's day, if you could have a true measure of the importance of its contribution to the gods of the Greeks, for example, Zeus was chief of them, and philandering old reprobate who visited his wrath upon the mortals as were unlucky enough to interfere in his own love affairs. And through his influence, to whichever side offered the largest bribes, his wife, his son, his daughters were no better, nor the moral standard of God of the Israelites, very much superior until Amos came. He was trading God, ready to offer so much victory for so many sacrifices, and insistent upon his prerogatives. It was the high privilege of Amos to proclaim a God who could not be bought, whose ears were deaf to pleadings if the cause was unfair, or who could show no discrimination in judgment between the strong and the weak, and the rich and the poor. It was a stupendous conception, but Amos persuaded men to accept it, and it was remained a part of spiritual heritage. Years passed, and Hosea spoke. His had not been a happy life. His wife deserted him, heartbroken and vengeful. He was determined to cast her off forever, yet his love would not let him do it. He went to her, forgave her, and took her back. Then, in his hours of lonely brooding, a great thought came to him. If he, a mere man, could love so unselfishly one who had broken faith with him, must not God be capable of as great or greater forgiveness toward erring human beings? The thought fired his imagination, and he stood up before the nation and proclaimed it with burning zeal. A God so strong that he could destroy, yet so tender that he would not. One God, a just God, a good God. These were the 3 steps to development of the greatest of all ideas. Hundreds of generations have died since the days of Moses, of Amos, and Hosea. The thought of the world, almost every other subject, has changed, but the conception of God, which these 3 achieved, has remained in control of men's thinking down to this very hour. What is there for Jesus to add? Only one thought, but this is so much more splendid than all has gone before and has altered the current of history. He invented frail, bewildered humanity to stand upright and look at God face to face. He called upon men to throw away fear, to disregard limitations of their morality, and claim the Lord of creation as Father. It is the basis of all revolt, all democracy. For if God is the Father of all men, then all of his children are hence. The commonmost is equal, and precious is the king. No wonder the authorities trembled. They were not fools. They recognized the implications of the teaching. Either Jesus' life or power must go. No wonder that succeeding generations of authorities have embroidered the idea and corrupted it, so that the simplest faith in the world has become a complex thing of form and ritual, of enforced observances and thou shalt nots. It is too dangerous a power to be allowed to wander the world unleashed and uncontrolled. This, then, was what Jesus wished to send to all creation, through instrumentality of his 11 men. What were his methods of training? How did he meet the prospective believers, and how did he deal with objections? By what sort of strategy did he interest and persuade? He was making the journey back from Jerusalem after a particular triumph in the cleansing of the temple, when he came to Jacob's well, and being tired, he sat down. His disciples had stopped behind him at one of the villages to purchase food, so he was alone. The well furnished the water supply for the neighboring city of the Samaritans. But after a little time, a woman came out to it, and carrying her pitcher on her shoulder, between her people, the Samaritans, and the people, the Jews, there was a feud of centuries. To be touched, even by the shadow of a Samaritan, was a defilement according to the strict code of the Pharisees. To speak to one was a crime. The woman made no concealment of her resentment at finding him there. Almost any remark from his lips would have kindled her anger. She would at least have turned away in scorn. She might have summoned her relatives and driven him off. An impossible situation, you will admit. How could he meet it? How give his message to one who was forbidden by everything holy to listen. The incident is very revealing. There are times when any word is the wrong word, when only sentence can prevail. Jesus knew well this precious secret. As the woman drew closer, he made no move to indicate that he was conscious of her approach. His gaze was on the ground. When he spoke, it was quietly, musingly, as if to himself. "You know who I am," he said. "You would not need to come out here for water. I would give you living water." The woman stopped short, her interest challenged in spite of herself, and she set down her pitcher and she looked at the stranger, and it was a burning hot day as well as the far from the city, and she heated and tired. What did he mean by such a remark? She started to speak, checked herself, and burst out impulsively, her curiosity overleaping her caution. "What are you talking about? What do you mean when you say you are greater than our father Jacob, who gave us this well? Have you some magic that will save us from this long walk in the sun?" Dramatic, isn't it? A single sentence achieving triumph, arousing interest and creating desire. With sure instinct, he followed up the initial advantage. He began to talk to her in terms of her own life, her ambitions, her hopes, knowing so well that each of us is interested first of all, and most of all, in himself. When the disciples came up a few minutes later, they found an unbelievable sight, a Samaritan listening with rapt attention to the teaching of a Jew. He prepared to go, but she would not allow it. Running back to the city, she summoned her brothers and relatives. "Come," she cried, "see the man who told me the things that I ever did." They followed her out to the well. These prejudiced, reluctant men and women, who an hour before would have thought it incredible that they should never hold a conversation with one of their traditional enemies, suspiciously at first, but with stealthy ascending interest, they listened to his talk. It is said that great leaders are born, not made. The saying is true to this degree, that no man can be persuading people to do what he wants them to do unless he genuinely likes people and believes that what he wants them to do is for their own advantage. The secret of Jesus. Success was an affection for folks which so shone in his eyes and rang in his tone, and even when the commonest man in the crowd felt instinctively that here was a friend, the afternoon shadows lengthened while he talked. The other cities attached by the gathering made their way out to the well and added themselves to the audience. It came time for the evening meal. Again he prepared to go, and they would not hear it. He must be their guest, meet their neighbors, tell them more, persuade them further. They besought him to abide with them, and he abode there 2 days. Some years later, a tired pilgrim arrived to the up-to-date, perfectly self-satisfied city of Athens. He arrived on foot because he had no car fare. His shoes were sadly worn, and his clothing attempted and covered with dust. One would say that these disadvantages were enough to disqualify him for the success in a town so smart and critical. But he had other handicaps more fundamental. He was too short and the thickest to be impressive. His eyes had a deceived squint, although he was not all that kind of man who composes respect before the crowd. That he should come to the most sophisticated center of the ancient world and expect to be made an impression was extraordinary. The principle of the business of the clever gentleman of the city was standing around in the marketplace, there to hear or to tell some new thing. There were no joke makers, fashion setters of the era. They originated new ideas, and they did not buy them from the providences. And as for investing in a new religion, they had hundreds of religions. Some new, some fairly new, some old, but not all entirely unused. A fine, appreciative atmosphere for the foreign visitor named Paul. see him trudging along through the suburbs and up toward the center of town. The poor little chap, wait until the wise ones catch him in sight. They will certainly make a fine afternoon sport. Straight on he marched until he reached the Mars Hall, the Broadway 42nd Street corner of town. A few of the clever ones gathered about, and moved by the same cynical curiosity which would have prompted them to look at the sword swallower or a three-legged calf. The critical moment had come. Paul must say something. No matter what he said, it would be wrong. Suppose he had begun in the usual way. "Good morning, gentlemen. I have something new in the way of a religion which I'd like to explain. If you'll just give me a minute of your time." A boisterous laugh would have ended his talk. A new religion? What did they care about that? But Paul knew the psychology of the crowd. "Men of Athens, I congratulate you on having so many fine religions, nothing in which you would or I could take any offense." The sophisticated pressed up a little closer. "What was this chap driving at, anyhow?" "I've traveled about quite a bit, and your assortment is larger and better than I have seen anywhere else. For I have passed up your main street, and I noticed that you not only have altars erected to all the regular gods and goddesses, you even have one dedicated to the unknown god. Let me tell you an interesting coincidence, gentlemen. This God whom you worship without knowing his name, this is the very God whom I represent." Can you see the crowd? Cynical but curious, eager to turn the whole thing into a joke, yet unwilling to miss the chance to hear the latest. Paul stopped short for a moment, and the voices called out demanding that he go on. It appears later in the narrative that after his talk was over, some mocked and others said, "We will hear thee again of this matter." It was not the complete victory such as his master had achieved at Jacob's Well, but the audience which had confronted Paul was hostile, and his initial success so cleverly won, that his story deserves a place beside the one which we have just related. Together they help us understand the great mystery, how a religion originating in a despised province of a petty country could so quickly carry around the world. It conquered not because it was the demand for another religion, but because Jesus knew how and taught his followers how to catch the attention of the indifferent and translate a great spiritual conception in terms of practical self-concern. Surely, no one will consider us lacking in reverence if we say that every one of the principles of modern salesmanship on which the businessmen so much pride themselves are brilliantly exemplified in Jesus' talk and work. First of these is perhaps the most important, the necessity for putting yourself in step with your prospect. A great sales manager uses it to illustrate the way. When you want to get aboard a streetcar, which is already in motion, you don't run up to it from right angles and try to make a platform in one wild leap. He would say, if you do, you are likely to find yourself on the floor. No. You run alongside the car, increasing your pace until you are moving just as rapidly and moving in the same direction. Then you step aboard easily, without danger or jolt. The minds of busy men are in motion, he would continue. They are engaged in something very different from the thought you have at present. You can't jump directly at them and expect them to make an effective landing. You must put yourself in the other man's place and try to imagine what he was thinking. Let your first remark be in line with his thoughts. Follow it by another which you know he will easily agree. Thus, gradually, your two minds reach a point where they can join without conflict. You encourage him to say yes, and that's right, and I've noticed that myself, until he says finally yes, which is your favorite decision. Jesus taught all this without ever teaching it. Every one of his conversations, every contract between his minds and others is worthy of one attentive study of any sales manager. Passing along the shores of a lake one day, he saw two men whom he wanted as disciples. Their minds were in motion, and their hands were busy with their nets. Their conversation was about conditions in the fishing trade, and the prospects of good market for the day's catch. To have broken in on such a thinking with the offer of employment as preachers of a new religion would have been to confuse them and invite a certain rebuff. What was Jesus' approach? "Come with me," he said, "and I will make you fishers of men." Fishers. That was a good word they can understand. Fishers of men? That was a new idea. What was he driving at? Fishers of men. It sounded interesting. Well, what was it anyway? He sat down on the hillside overlooking the fertile country. Many of the crowd who gathered around him were farmers, with their wives and their sons and their daughters, and he wanted their interest and attention. It was important to make them understand, at the very onset, that he had to say was nothing vague or theoretical, but direct and immediate application of their daily lives. "A sower went forth to sow," he began. "And when he sowed, some seeds fell by the wayside, and the fowls came and devoured them up." They were interested, were they? Every man of them had gone through that experience. The thievish crows, many a good day's work they had spoiled. So this teacher knew something about the troubles that farmers had put up with. Did he? Fair enough. Let's hear what he has to say. It would be easy to multiply examples, taking each of his parables and pointing out the keen knowledge of human motives on which it is based. In the later chapter, we shall have something more to say in these parables, but the most powerful advertisements of all time. For our present purpose of the examples already given are enough. They show how instantly he won his audiences. With his very first sentence that pull himself in step with them, it will invariably a thought in line with their own thinking, easy for even the dullest to understand, and shrewdly calculated to awaken an appetite for more. Every salesman knows the value of being able to sense objection and meet it before it is advanced. Jesus knew that far better. He went one night to dine with a prominent Pharisee. His presence in any house attracted strangers who found it easy, under the less rigid convictions of those days, to make their way into a room where they could watch him and listen. Thus, while the Pharisee's dinner was in progress, a certain woman of unfortunate experience crept into the room and, kneeling down by Jesus, began to bathe his feet with a precious ointment and wipe them with her hair. Jesus knew what that outburst of unselfishness meant to an overburdened spirit, and accepted the tribute with gracious dignity, even though its emotional warmth must have been embarrassing. But all the time he was perfectly well aware that his thoughts that were passing through the self-satisfied minds of the host. "Ah," said that cynical gentleman to himself, "if he were a prophet, he would have known that this woman is a sinner, and he would have refused to let her touch him." He might have been tempted to put this into his own words, but he never had the chance. Quick as a flash, Jesus turned on to him. "Simon, what have I somewhat to say to thee?" "Teacher, say on." It was a half-concealed sneer. "There was a man who had 2 debtors, said Jesus. One owed him 500 shillings and the other 50. Neither could pay, and he forgave them both. Which of them do you think he loved the most?" Simon sensed a trap and moved cautiously. "I imagine the one who owed him the most," he said, and wondered what was coming next. "Right," said Jesus. "Simon, seest thou this woman?" Simon nodded, and he began to wish the conversation had not started. "When I came into your house, you gave me no water for my feet," Jesus continued, with that extraordinary frankness which cut straight into the heart of things. "But she has washed my feet with her tears and dried them with her hair. You gave me no kiss, but she has not ceased to kiss my feet. You poured none of your expensive oil onto my head, but she has taken her precious ointment, which she could ill afford, and anointed me." Simon squirmed in his seat. It was not comfortable to be reminded before a crowd of his delinquencies as a host. He had invited this interesting ex-carpenter because it was quite the fad to invite him, but the whole atmosphere had been one of condescension. Unspoken intimidation was, "Here's a good dinner, now go on and muse us with your ideas." There had been none of the niceties, which the rich are so well accustomed to being inconsiderate. The dining room was silent. Every eye was turned upon the teacher. The poor woman still knelt at his feet, embarrassed that her action should have caused so much comment, wondering if the incident was to end in rebuke. Jesus did not look down on her. He was not yet through with Simon. She is like the debtor who owed 500 shillings, he said. Her sins, which are many, are forgiven, for she loved much. To whom little is forgiven, the same love littles. And then, with the glance of infinite tenderness, thy sins are forgiven, he said to her simply. Your faith has saved thee. Go in peace. It's easy to imagine that the conversation rather dragged during the remainder of the meal. Even very superfluous and self-assured gentlemen hesitated to expose themselves to the thrusts of a mind which can anticipate criticisms before they are uttered, and deal with them so crisply. On other occasions, he won his case in a single question, one of the best weapons in his whole armory of persuasion, all too infrequently employed. How often a blundering advocate allows himself to be dragged into a futile argument, when, by throwing the burden back onto his opponent's shoulders, he can attain easy mastery. Jesus seldom argued. The record of his questions is a fruitful study for all of us who, in the everyday affairs, must deal with other minds. Let us recall two of those questions. The Pharisees set up a trap for him. One on the Sabbath day, they hunted up a man with a withered hand and deposited him in the temple where Jesus could be sure to pass. When they waited, if Jesus healed him, it would be a breach of the code, which forbade any activity on the Sabbath. They would have to recall when the crisis came. Jesus sensed the test and met it without hesitation. Stand forth, he said to the poor chap. The bigoted formalists pushed in close. This was their moment. They had dug the pit cleverly, and now he was about to fall in. The soft light went out of Jesus' eyes, and the muscles of his jaw grew tense. He looked around on them with an anger, as he demanded, Is it lawful on the Sabbath day to do good or to do harm? To save a life or to kill? He waited for an answer, but none came. What could they say? If they replied that the law forbade a good deed, their answer would be repeated all over the town. The crowd of common folk who followed him were his friends, not theirs, only too glad to spread the story which cast discredit on the proud defenders of the law. The Pharisees had sense enough to recognize that fact. At least they held their place, all and suddenly slipped away. On another day, it was his own disciples who learned how he could compress the whole philosophy into a well-directed interrogation. They were by no means free from the frailties of the ordinary human nature. They fused about little things, arguing among themselves as to who should have preeminence, and wondering how their bills were to be met, and just where the whole enterprise was coming out. He brought them up with a short question. Which of you, by being anxious, can add a single day to his life? He demanded. And if you can't do this simple thing, why worry about the rest? Consider the ravens. They don't sow or reap. They have no storehouses or barns, yet God takes care of them. Don't you suppose that you are more value in the sight of than a flock of birds? How trivial seemed the concern and the controversy after questions like that. In all the 3 years of his public work, where not one moment when he failed to be a complete master of the situation, he was accessible to anybody in the marketplace, in the temple, and on the main streets, fair game for the keen and clever. It became quiet and recognized sport to match wits with them. Pharisees tried it, scribes tried it, a certain lawyer tried it. Always they came off second best. At length, the very chiefs of the priests came one afternoon. Lesser antagonists had gone down. Now the leaders themselves would take the matter in hand, and they would demolish the presumptuous upstart. by the splendor of their presence and their offices, they would awe him into line. "By what authority do you do these things?" they demanded briskly. "And who gave you this authority?" If they expected him to yield an inch and receive their surprise of their lives, he retorted with an instantaneous, "I'll ask you a question," he exclaimed, "and if you answer it, then I'll tell you by what authority I work. Answer me now about John. Was his work in baptizing inspired by heaven or by men?" They caught their breath. Their heads came together, excited by disturbing whispers, and exchanged, "What would they say? If we answer that John had come from heaven, he will say, 'Well, then, why didn't you believe him?' If we say he came from men, his crowd of fools will tear us into pieces, because every last one of them believes that John was a prophet. What shall we do? Better tell him we don't know? Better get out of there as quickly as we can?" "We don't know," they muttered. "All right," Jesus said serenely. "You don't answer my question, neither I answer yours." It was a perfect triumph. Amid jeers of delighted crowd, they gathered up their fine robbers and went away. You would think, as you read the narratives, that the wise ones would have been wise enough to let him alone. Even a child, having burned its fingers once, knows enough to avoid the fire. But their jealousy and anger drove them back again, and every time he was too much for them. In the very last week, the Pharisees and the Herodians gathered together and picked a delegation of sharp wits and sent with what looked like an absolutely foolproof bomb. They started with flattery. After all, it was a simple fellow from the Providences. A few kind words, and his head would be turned, when they would catch him off guard. "Teacher, we know that you speak the truth," they said, "and that you don't care anything about the authority or office by which a man holds, and you treat them all alike, and you speak your mind bluntly, because you get your thoughts direct from God. Now tell us, is it lawful to give tribute unto Caesar or not?" Very clever, gentlemen, very clever indeed. If he answers that it isn't lawful, you will have the record of his reply in Herod's hands in an hour, and instantly he will be under arrest for propagating rebellion against the Roman Empire, and if he answers that it is lawful, he will lose his popular following. Because the people hate the Romans and dodge the taxes at every turn, very, very clever. He looked at them with frank contempt, as if to say, "Do you really think that I am quite as simple as that?" "Somebody lent me a coin," he exclaimed. The eager listener dug into his pocket and produced it. Jesus held it up, where all could see. "Whose picture is that?" he demanded. "Whose name?" They began to be uneasy. The shrewdest suspected that the path was leading toward the precipice, that there was no escape. "They must answer, 'Caesar,'" they replied. "Very good," he said ironically. "Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's." Another repulse for the very best legal talent in the city. Another good laugh for the crowd. Another story to tell in the taverns and in the temple court and in the marketplace and wherever common folks gathered round. Says the narrative describing the defeated questioners, they marveled greatly at him. And in another place, and no man after his durst after him any question. Every objection had been turned back upon the objectioners. Every trap had been sprung upon the finger of those who had said it. No argument was left for them except the final one, which has always been a confession of failure. And they had the brute force on their side. They could not stand against the thinking, but they could and did nail him on a cross. Not in time, however. Not until his work was finished. Not until they had trained and equipped a force which could carry on double power because of every fact of his death. Every year in our country, there are thousands of conventions, political, charitable, business. Most of them are a waste. They're conducted on the false assumption that Overselling and aggregation are potent forces that our energies of men respond most powerfully to promises of easy victory and soft rewards. The great leaders of the world have known better. Gideon, for example, when he called for volunteers to fight the Mennonites, 32,000 responded. Gideon looked them critically. He knew that conflicting motives, and he had brought them there from a mere love of adventure. Some because they were afraid of being taunted with cowardice, some for the plunder, some to get away from their wives. He determined to weed them out at once. "Whoever is fearful and afraid, let him go home tonight," he proclaimed. The next morning, 22,000 had vanished. Only 10,000 remained. Still, Gideon was unsatisfied. He hit upon the stagnagram. Down the hillside, across the little brook, he led the whole band. It was a hot morning. The men were thirsty and tired, and Gideon, standing on the bank watching, had a shrewd idea that the character would show himself under the strain. Sure enough, of the 10,000, a vast majority knelt down and pushed their faces into the cool, clear water, taking a long, refreshing draughts. But a few were too eager, and they caught up the water in their hands and dashed it in their faces and hurried across into the other bank, restless to be on. Only a handful, only 300, but Gideon kept them and sent the rest home. Better 300 who could not be held back from the battle than 10,000 who were merely half-heartedly ready to go. With the 300 he won, that higher type of leadership, which calls the forth men's greatest energies by promise of the obstacles rather than the picture of rewards, that was the leadership of Jesus. By it he tempered the soft metal of his disciples, nature into keen, hard steel. The final conscience with which he prepared them for their work in thrilling its majestic appeal to courage. Listen to the calm recital of deprivations and danger. "Get you no gold, nor silver, nor brass in your purses, no wallet for your journey, neither 2 coats, nor shoes, nor staff. Behold, I send you forth as sheep into the midst of wolves. Beware of men, for they will deliver you up into the councils and in their synagogues, and they will scourge you. Ye before the governors and kings, you shall be brought for my sake. He that loves the father and the mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he that loves the son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And he that does not take his cross and follow after me is not worthy of me. And he that finds his life shall lose it, and he that loses his life for my sake shall find it." Watch the faces and the figures. See the shoulders straighten, the muscles of the lips grow hard. There is power in those faces that will not be withstood, power born in the most transforming appeal which ever fell on human ears. The voice of the speaker is stilled on the cross, but the power is carried on. It withstood prisons and scourging, shipwreck and weariness, public condemnation and loss of personal friends, chains and the roar of lions and flames. James was the first to die. Herod Agrippa killed him. His brother John, imprisoned for years on a stony island of Patmos, suffered martyrdom amidst frightful torture. Andrew died on the cross, whose pattern bears his name to this day. Simon Peter insisted that he be crucified head down, deeming himself unworthy to suffer in the manner of his Lord. Nero stilled his voice of Paul by beheading him, but the spirit of Paul, which had proclaimed, "We are all things that are conquerors," began that moment to have its larger influence. Just a few brief years, and every member of the original organization was gone, but the blood of the martyrs was the seed of the church. The master's training had done its work. A great ideal prevailed. Chapter 5. His Advertisements. As he was, as we say, many-sided, and every man sees the side of his nature which appeals most to himself. The doctor thinks of the great physician whose touch never failed, by some mystery preceded modern science in that still imperfect knowledge of the relation to the spirit to health. The preacher studies the Sermon on the Mount and marvels the truth so profound should be expressed in words so clear and simple. The agitator remembers only that he denounced the rich and that the communist, that the disciples carried on a common purpose. Lawyers have written in praise of his pleading at his trial, and the literary critics of every age have cheerfully acknowledged his mastery. I am not a doctor or a lawyer or a critic, but an advertising man. As a profession, advertising is young. There is a force in it as old as the world. Our first 4 words ever muttered, "Let there be light," constitutes its character. All nature is vibrant with its impulse, the brilliant plumage, the bird in its colors, advertising addressed to the emotions of its mate. Plants deck themselves with blossoms, not for the beauty only, but to attract the patronage of the bee, and so spreading the pollen on its wings to ensure the penetration of its kind. The spacious firmament in the sky, in all the blue ethereal sky, and spangled heavens a shining flame, their great original proclaim. It had been remarked that no astronomer can be an atheist, which is only another way of saying that no man can look up at the first and greatest electric sign, the evening stars, and refuse to believe its message. There is a cause, a God. I propose in this chapter to speak of the advertisements of Jesus which have survived. For 20 centuries are still the most potent influence in the world. Let us begin by asking why he is so successful in mastering public attention and why, in contrast, his churches are so less so. The answer is twofold. In the first place, he recognized the basic principle that all good advertising is news. He was never trite or commonplace. He had no routine. If there had been newspapers in those days, no city editor could have said, "No need to visit him today. He will be doing just as he did Sunday." Reporters would have followed him every single hour, for it is impossible to predict what he would say or do. Every action and the word were news. Take one single day as an example, and the 4 gospel narratives are not chronological. They are personal records which were written after his death, not diaries in which entries are made every night, and thus we cannot say of most of the incidents, "And this happened on such and such day." And the 4 stories repeat and conflict overlap. In one place, however, is the 9th chapter of Matthew. We have detailed account of the single day's work. One of the events was the calling of Matthew himself into discipleship, since we have every reason to suppose that the writer's memory of this particular day must have been more than usually reliable. Let us look at the 24-hour schedule. We see how it bristles with front-page news. The activity begun at sunrise. Jesus was an early riser, and he knew that the simplest way to live more than average life was to add an hour to the freshest end of the day at sunrise. Therefore, we discover a little boat pushing out from the shore of the lake and makes a steady way across, and he deposits Jesus and his disciples in Capernaum, his favorite city, and he proceeds at once to the house of a friend, but not without being discovered. The report spreads instantly that he is in town, and before he can finish breakfast, the crowd is collected outside his gate, the poor palsied chap among them. A day's work is at hand. Having slept soundly in the open air, he meets a call with quiet nerves, and a smile is carried confidence even to the most hopeless heart spreads over his features, and he stoops down towards the sufferer. "Be of good cheer, my son," he cries, "your sins are all forgiven." Sins forgiven? Indeed, the respectful members of the audience draw back into a sharp disapproval. "What a blasphemous phrase," they exclaim. "Who authorized him to exercise functions of God? What right has he to decide whose sins shall be forgiven?" Jesus sensed rather than heard their protests. He never courted controversy, but he never dodged it, and much of his fame arose from the reports of his verbal victories. Men have been elected of office. even such high office as the presidency, being so good-natured that they never made an enemy. But the leaders are remembered, and those who had plenty of critics and dealt with them vigorously. "What's the objection?" he exclaimed, turning to the dissenters. "Why do you stand there and criticize? Is it easier to say, 'Your sins are forgiven,' or to say, 'Arise and take up your bed and walk'? The results are the same." Bending over the sick man again, he said, "Arise, take up thy bed, and go on to thine house." The man stirred and was amazed to find that his muscles responded. Slowly, doubtingly, he struggled to his feet, and with one great shout of happiness started off, surrounded by his jubilant friends. The critics had received their answer, but they refused to give up. For an hour or more, they persisted in an angry argument until the meeting ended in tumult. Can you imagine the next day's issue of Kirpapenum News, if there had been one? A palsied man healed. Jesus of Nazareth claims the right to forgive sins. Prominent scribes object. Blasphemous, says a leading citizen. But anyway, I can walk, the healed man reports. Front page story number 1, and the day is still young. One of those who had been attracted by the excitement was a tax collector named Matthew. Being a man of business, he could not stay through in the argument, but slipped away early and was hard at work when Jesus passed by a few minutes before noon. "Matthew, I want you," said Jesus. It was all. No argument, no offer of inducements, no promise of rewards, merely, "I want you." And the prosperous tax collector closed his office, made a feast for the brilliant young teacher, and forthwith announced him as a disciple. Prominent tax collector joins Nazareth forces. Matthew abandons business to promote new cult and gives a large luncheon. Front page story number 2. After the luncheon itself furnished the third sensation. It was not at all the kind of affair which a religious teacher would be expected to approve. Decidedly, it was good-natured and noisy. No theological test was applied in limiting the invitation. No one stood at the entrance to demand, "What is your belief regarding the birth of Jesus?" or "Have you or have you not been baptized?" The doors were flung wide, and along with the disciples and respectable folk, swarms of publicans and sinners trooped in. "Outrageous," grumbled the worthy folk. "Surely this teacher has any moral standards. He never would eat with such rabble." They were shocked, but he was not. That he was condemned himself according to their formula and worried him not a whit. His liking for folks overran the social boundaries. He just could not seem to remember that some people are nice people, proper people, and some are not. "Come, come," he exclaimed to the Pharisees, "won't you ever get over nagging at me because I eat with these outsiders? Who needs the doctor the most, they who are sick or they who are well? And here's another thing to think about," he added. "You lay so much stress on forms and creeds and occasions. Do you suppose God cares about all that? What do you think he meant when he said, 'I will have mercy and not sacrifice'? Take that home and puzzle over it. Defends publicans and sinners. Jesus of Nazareth welcomes them at lunch. Rebukes prominent Pharisees. Creed's unimportant, he says. God wants mercy, not sacrifice." A fourth big story. You may be sure it was carried on to hundreds of homes during the next few decades and formed the basis of many long evening discussion. As the meal drew into the close, there came some dramatic interruption. A ruler of a city made his way slowly to the head of the table and stood silent, bowed by the terrible weight of his grief and the mourning. He had sat at his daughter's bedside, clasping her frail white hand in his, watching the flutter of the pulse and trying, by the force of his longing, to hold that little life back from the precipice. And at last the doctors had told him that it was useless and there was no more hope. So he had come this ruler, to this strange young man whose deeds of healing were the sensation of the day. Was it too late? The ruler had thought so when he entered the door, but as he stood in the splendid presence of the new, thrilling conviction gripped him. "Master, my daughter is even now dead," he exclaimed. "But come and lay your hand on her, and she will live." Jesus rose from his seat, drawn by the splendid outburst of faith, and without hesitation or questioning, he started for the door. All his life he seemed to feel that there was no limit to what he could do. If only those who had besieged him believed enough. Grasping the ruler's arms, he led his way up to the street, and the disciples and the motley crowd hurrying around behind. They had several blocks to travel, and before their journey was completed, another interruption occurred. A woman who had been sick for 12 years edged through the crowd, eluded for sharp eyes of the disciples, and touched the hem of his garment. For she said within herself, "If I may touch his garment, I shall be whole." What an idea! What a personality! He must have been to provoke such ideas. "My daughter is dead, but lay your hands on her and she will live." "I have been sick for 12 years. The doctors can do nothing. But if I only touch his coat, I'll be all right." How can these artists possibly have imagined that a sad-faced weakling could ever inspire such amazing ideas as these? The woman won her victory by that touch, made his smile, by the few words he spoke. Her faith rose triumphant over disease. She was made whole from that hour. Again he moved forward, the crowd pressing hard. The ruler's residence was now in plain sight. The paid mourners hired by the hour, they are busy about the doorway. They increased their activities as the employer came in sight. Hideous wails and the dull sounding of cymbals and the horrid pretense of grief. Quickening his stride, Jesus was in the midst of them. "Give place," he cried in commanding gestures. "The maid is not dead, but sleepeth." They laughed him to scorn. Brushing them aside, he strode into the house and took the little girl by her hand. The crowd looked dumbfounded. For the magic of his touch, she opened her eyes and sat up. Front page stories 5 and 6. A woman sick 12 years and healed. Child whom the doctors had abandoned for dead sits up and smiles. No wonder 1,000 tongues were busy that night in advertising his name and work. And the fame thereof went broad unto all the land, and says the narrative, nothing could keep it from going abroad. It was irresistible news. He was advertised by his service, and not by his sermons. This is the second noteworthy fact. Nowhere in the gospel do you find it announced that Jesus of Nazareth will denounce the scribes and Pharisees in the central synagogue tonight at 8 o'clock with a music special. His preaching was almost incidental. On only one occasion did he deliver a long discourse, and that was probably interrupted often by questions and debates. He did not come to establish a theology, but to lead a life, living more healthfully than any of his contemporaries. He spread health wherever he went, thinking more daringly, more divinely. He expressed himself in thoughts of surprising beauty, as naturally as a plant bursts into bloom. His sermons, if they may be called sermons, were chiefly explanatory of his service. He healed the lame men, gave sight to the blind, fed the hungry, cheered the poor, and by these works he was advertised much more than his words. The church, which covets advertising and receives little, is much more fruitful in its good works than the man on the street suspects. Most of our colleges were founded under the inspiration most of our hospitals grew out of and are supported by its membership. The ideals that animate all civic enterprises and its ideals and its members furnish to such movements the most dependable support. Most of this, the day-by-day life, and the genuine pastor is the constant succession of the healings and helpings, as any one who has been privileged to grow up in a minister's family very well knows. The doorbell rings at breakfast time, and it rings at dinner time, and it rings late at night. And every ring means that someone has come to cast his burden upon the parsonage. A man comes blinded by this greed or hatred or fear, and he opens his heart to the pastor and goes away. And having received his sight, the parent whose child is dead and is selfless comes leading the child by the hand. And sometimes the preacher is able to touch the withered veins of the conscience, but the life becomes normal and wholesome again. A man out of work, whose family is hungry, knocks timidly at the parsonage door, and somehow from the parson's few loaves and fishes, and the family is fed. These are Jesus' works, done by Jesus' name. If he were to live again in these modern days, he would find the way to make them known, to be advertised by his service, not merely by his sermons. One thing is certain, he would not neglect the full marketplace. Few of his sermons were delivered in synagogues. For the most part, he was in the crowded places, the temple court, the city squares, the centers where goods were bought and sold. I emphasized this fact once to a group of preachers. "You mean that we ought to do street preaching," one of them exclaimed. But the street preaching is not analogous to what Jesus said. The cities in which he worked were both small and leisurely. The market was gathering place where everybody came in some time, and the transfer place for all merchandise for these ideas. Where you will find such a marketplace in modern days, a corner, the Fifth Avenue, a block away on Broadway, only a teeny fraction of the city's people pass any given point in a town or district on a given day. A man might stand up and preach for years at the Fifth Avenue and 13th Street, and not only 1 in 100,000 would ever know he lived. No. The present-day marketplace is the newspaper and the magazine, printed columns that are modern thoroughfares, published advertisements that are crossroads where the sellers and the buyers meet. Any issue of a national magazine is a World's Fair, a bazaar filled with the products of the world's work. Clothes and clocks, candlesticks, soups, soaps, cigarettes, lingerie, limousines, all the best of them were there, exclaimed by their makers in persuasive tones. That every other voice should be raised in such a great marketplaces, and the voice of Jesus of Nazareth be still? This is a vital omission, which he would find a way to correct. He would be the national advertiser today. I am sure he was a great advertiser of his own day, but the minds of those who hurry through the bristled pages, he too would send his call. What shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his own soul? The word would be a challenge in every newspaper and magazine, and with it would be coupled with an invitation to share the joyous enterprise of his work. Every successful publisher has a rule that no photograph shall ever be printed in his newspapers unless it contains human beings. If you and I were interested most of all in ourselves, next to that, they are interested in other people. What do they look like? How old are they? What have they done and said? With unerring insect Jesus unrecognized, and use this trait in human nature. One of the most revealing of all the verses of those who would understand the secret of the power of this. All of these spake Jesus into the multitude in parables, and without a parable spake he not unto them. A parable is a story, and he told them stories about people, and let the stories carry his message. He might have been adapted very different methods. Many teachers and would-be leaders might have dealt generalities by saying, when you are going about your business, be as kind as you can be. Be thoughtful of other travelers on the highways of life. Take time to look for those who have fared less fortunate. Lend them a helping hand whenever you can. I say he might have uttered such generalities, but if he had, do you suppose that he would ever have been remembered? Would the disciples have recorded them? Would our age ever have heard his name? He was far wiser in the laws and the habits of the human mind. Instead of the commonplace phrases written above, he painted this striking picture. A certain man went down from Jerusalem to Jericho and fell among thieves. There's your illustration and your headline. And if you have lived near Jerusalem or Jericho, and if you often had an occasion to use the very road, wouldn't you want to know about what happened to that unfortunate traveler? They stripped off his raiment, the parable continues, and wounded him, and departed, leaving him half dead. Pretty soon a priest came by, and seeing the victim, said to himself, "That's a shameful thing. The police ought to do something about these outrages." But he crossed over carefully and passed on by the other side. A certain respectable Levite also appeared. "His own fault," he sniffed. "He ought to be more careful." And he too passed by. And then a third traveler drew near and stopped, and the whole world knows what happened. Generalities would have been soon forgotten. But the story that had its roots in everyday human experience and need lives and will live forever. It condenses the philosophy of Christianity into a half a dozen unforgettable paragraphs. A parable of the Good Samaritan is the greatest advertisement of all time. Take any one of these parables, no matter which, you will find in it that exemplifies the principles in which advertising the textbooks are written. Always a picture in the very first sentence, crisp, graphic language, and that message is so clear that even the dullest cannot escape it. 10 virgins went forth to meet the bridegroom. A striking picture with a striking headline. The story follows has not a single wasted word. 5 of the virgins were wise, and 5 were foolish. They that were foolish took their lamps, and took no oil with them. But the wise took oil in their vessels with their lamps. While the bridegroom tarried, they all slumbered and slept. At the midnight there was a cry made, "Behold, the bridegroom cometh. He go out to meet him." Then all those virgins arose and trimmed their lamps. And the foolish said unto the wise, "Give us your oil for your lamps, for ours have gone out." But the wise answered, saying, "Not so. These are not enough for us and you. But go ye rather to them and sell and buy for yourselves." And while they went to buy, the bridegroom came. And they that were ready went in with him to the marriage, and the door was shut. Afterward came also the other virgins, saying, "Lord, Lord, open to me." But he whispered and said, "Verily I say unto you, I know you not. Watch, therefore, ye know neither the day nor the hour where the Son of Man cometh. Illustrate with the drawing of the distinguished artists, set it up according to the best modern typography, bury it in the magazine with 100 other pages. Will it not stand out? Will it not grip the attention for even the most casual and make it itself read? Here is another one. What happened to the one lost sheep? What man of you, having 100 sheep, if he loses one of them, doth not leave the 99, go out into the wilderness after his one lost one until he found it? And when you have found it, you lay it on your shoulders, rejoicing. And when he comes home, he calls to his friends and neighbors, and saying unto them, Rejoice with me, for I have found my sheep. It was lost. And I say unto you, that likewise joy shall be in heaven over one sinner that repenteth, but moreover the 99 that just one person need no repentance. If you were given the task of advertising to the world of that God cares enormously for one human life, no matter how wayward and wrong the life may be, and how could you phrase the message more memorable than that? Yet how simple, how sincere, how splendidly crisp and direct. Benjamin Franklin, in his autobiography, that first great American success story, tells the process through which he went in acquiring the effective style. He would read the passage from some great master in English, and then lay the book aside and attempt to reproduce the thought in his own words. Comparing his version with the original, he discovered therein that he had obscured the thought or wasted words, or failed in driving straight to the point. Every advertising man ought to study the parables of Jesus in the same fashion, schooling himself in their language and learning these four big elements of their power. 1. First of all, they are marvelously condensed, as all good advertising must be. Charles A. Dana once issued an assignment to a news reporter in the New York Sun, directing him to confine an article to the column. The reporter protested, and the story was too big to be compressed into a small space. "Get a copy of your Bible and read the first chapter of Genesis," says Dana. "You'll be surprised to find that the whole story of creation of the world can be told in 600 words. It is an axiom that many magazine offices in the introduction to almost any article can be cut into the editor without sacrificing any real value. Even the experienced writers almost invariably write something before they begin to say anything. Advertising writers are compelled to greater condensation, but they too are guilty of much waste in words. How often must you read and reread before you discover just what it is that the advertiser wants you to do? Jesus had no introductions. A single sentence grips your attention. 3 or 4 more tell the story. 1 or 2 more, and the application is simply follow me. When he sought to explain the deepest philosophic mystery, a personality character of God, he said, "A king made a banquet and invited many guests. God is that king, and you are the guests in the kingdom of heaven is happiness, and the banquet is to be enjoyed." 2 men spoke on the battleground of Gettysburg 60 years ago. The first delivered an orientation of more than 2 hours in length, and 1 person in 10 who reads the page can even recall his name. Certainly, not 1 in 100 can quote a single sentence from that masterly effort. The second speaker uttered 250 words, and those words, Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, are a part of the mental endowment for almost every American. Many noble prayers have been sent up to the throne of grace, and long impressive utterances. The prayer which Jesus taught his disciples consists of 68 words and can be written on the back of a postcard. Many poems and essays have been penned by the writers who hoped that they were making a permanent place for themselves in literature, but the greatest poem ever written consists of 168 words and is the 23rd Psalm. Jesus hated prosy dullness. He praised the centurion who was anxious not to waste his time. The only prayer which he publicly condemned was uttered by a poor publican who merely cried out, "God, be merciful to me, a sinner." The 7-word prayer, Jesus called it a good one. A 68-word prayer, he said, contained all that men needed to say, or God to hear. What would be his verdict on most of the prayers and speeches in our advertisements? His language was marvelously simple, a second-grade essential. There is essentially a sentence in his teaching which a child cannot understand. His illustrations were all drawn from the commonest experiences in life. A sower went forth to sow. A certain man had 2 sons. A man built his house on the sands. The kingdom of heavens is like a grain of mustard seed. An absence of adjectives is striking. Henry Ward Beecher once said that, to a large extent, adjectives are like leaves on a switch, and they may make it look pretty, as it is just a branch, but they prevent the striking tingling when you see it. I recollect a case in which my father at a public meeting was appointed to draw up an article, Beecher continued. He had written 1 sentence. It was wrong. Someone in the meeting got up and, moved by his enthusiasm, that this be corrected and that the sentence be reread. "It is exceedingly wrong." My father got up and said, and in his mild way, "When I was writing out this resolution to the original shape, that was the way I wrote it. but to make it stronger, I took out the exceedingly. Jesus used few qualifying words and no long ones. We referred a minute ago to those three literary masterpieces, the Lord's Prayer, 23rd Psalms, and Gettysburg Address. Recall their phraseology. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. The Lord is thy shepherd, I shall not want. 7 years ago. Not a single three-syllable word, hardly any two-syllable words. All the greatest things in human life are one-syllable things. Love, joy, hope, home, child, wife, trust, faith, God. And the great advertisements, generally speaking, are those in which the small words are found. Sincerity glistened like sunshine through every sentence uttered. Sincerity is the third essential. Many wealthy men have purchased newspapers with the idea of advancing their personal fortunes or bringing about some political action in which they have private interest. Such newspapers almost invariably fail. No matter how much money is spent on them, no matter how zealously the secret of their ownership is guarded, the readers are conscious that something is wrong. They feel that their voice of the editor is not his own. The public has a sixth sense for detecting insincerity, and they know it instinctively when words ring true. It is the way Jesus looked at men, and the life which he led among them, that gave his words transforming power. That was when what he said were one and the same. Nobody could stand at his side for even a minute without being persuaded that here was a man who loved people and considered even the humblest of them worthy of the best he had to give. There was no superstition more deadening to a writer than the idea that he can write down to his readers. No man was ever big enough to build an enduring success on the basis of insincerity, but many comparatively small men, like Peter the Hermit or Billy Sunday, fired with conviction, have been able to create and sustain a very considerable influence. Jesus was notably tolerant of almost all kinds of sinners. He liked the companionship of the rough and ready folk, who were entirely outside of the churches. He was tender towards the unfortunate women, and he had a special fondness for James and John, whose ungovernable tempers have given them the title Sons of Thunder. He forgave the weakness of Peter, who denied him, and he was not sensible at the unbelief of his near relatives and his native town. But for one sin he had no mercy. He denounced the insincerity of the Pharisees in phrases which sting like the lash of a whip. They thought they had the first mortgage on the kingdom of heaven, and he told them scornfully that only those who become like little children have any chance of entering it. Little children know no pretense. They are startlingly frank. They look at the world through clear eyes and say only what they think. No writer, no orator, no salesman exercise any large domination of the world unless he can humble himself and partake their nature. Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels and have not love, I am become as sound brass or tinkling cymbal, wrote St. Paul. Much brass has been sounded, and many cymbals tinkled in the name of advertising. But the advertising which persuades people to act are often written by men who have an abiding respect for the intelligence of their readers and a deep sincerity in the regarding of the merits of the goods which they have to sell. Fourth, finally, we knew the necessity for reputation and practiced it. One of the sons of President Garfield was traveling with him through Ohio when the president was addressing the country fairs. At the close of the day, he was asked by his boy what he thought of his speeches, and the boy was embarrassed by the question. Why, they're fine, Dad," he stammered. "But I felt awfully uncomfortable part of the time. You repeated yourself so often. Once you said the very same thing in different words 4 times over." Garfield slapped the boy's shoulder with a hearty laugh. "So you thought your old dad was running out of ideas, did you?" he cried. "Well, I don't blame you. But there's a method to his madness. Tomorrow, when I reach the passage in my talk, you watch for the audience. The first time I make the point, you'll see their faces. That few folks near the platform will get it, but further back, there will be noise and commotion. People will be running and turning their heads to find out who is driven up or what sort of hat Mrs. Jones has on, and they don't hear me at all. When I repeat it the first time, their few faces in the middle of the crowd will show response, and on the third go, I'll make still some converts, and on the fourth trial, they'll all have a notion of what I'm talking about, but it takes 4 shots to land it to 'em. Experience with all sorts of audiences has made me sure of that. It has been said that reputation is repetition. No important truth can be expressed upon the minds of any large number of people who are being said only once. The thoughts which Jesus have given the word were voluntarily and revolutionary, and they were very few in number. God is your Father, he said, caring more for the welfare of every one of you than any human father can possibly care for his children. This kingdom is happiness. His rule is love. This is what he had to teach, but he knew the necessity of driving it home from every possible angle. So, in one of the stories, God is the shepherd searching in the woods for one wandering sheep. In another, the father is welcomed home by a prodigal boy. In another, a king who forgives his debtors a large amounts and expects them to be forgiven in turn. Many stories, many advertisements, but the same big idea. Because the advertisements were unforgettable, the idea lived. And to this day, the one most powerful influence on human action and thought. To be sure of the work of advertisements is far from complete. The idea that God is the Father of all men, not merely of a special selected few, has still to penetrate some creeds and to establish its dominance in society. More or less unconsciously, a lot of us share the feeling of the French nobleman, Saint Simon Immortal, the story who is sure that God would think twice before damning a person of his quality, said the Duchess of Buckingham to the Countess of Huntingdon in a delicious letter. I thank your La'ship for the information concerning the Methodist preachers, and their doctrines are the most repulsive and strong tinctured with the impertinence and disrespect toward their superiors. It is monstrous to be told what you have a heart as sinful as the common wretches that crawl on the earth. This is highly offensive and insulting, and I cannot but wonder that your La'ship would relish any sentiment so much at the variance with a high rank and good breeding. In spite of all the Duchesses of Buckingham, however, the great advertisements continue to make progress. Monarchs are succeeded by democracies, building their governments on the firm foundation that men are free and equally entitled to the chance at good things of life. The privilege protests that the agitator denounces, but unmistakably the world is becoming every day a fairer, juster, happier living place for the great majority of its inhabitants, and whoever feels an impulse to make his own life and count his own grand process of human betterment can have no surer guide for his activities than the advertisements of Jesus. Let him learn the lessons that if you are to teach people, you must first capture in their interest in the news, that your service, rather than your sermons, must be your claim upon your actions, that you must say with your simple and brief, but above all sincere, the unmistakable voice of true regard, of affection, ye, he said, are my friends. Chapter 6. The Founder of Modern Business. When Jesus was 12, his old father and mother took him to the Feast of Jerusalem. It was a big national vacation. Even peasant families saved their pennies and looked forward to it throughout the year. Towns like Nazareth were emptied for their inhabitants. except for a few old folks who were left behind to look after the very young ones. The crowds of cheerful pilgrims passed the filled highways and laughing their way across the hills under the stars at night. In such a mass of folks, it was not surprising that a boy of 12 should be lost. When Mary and Joseph missed him on the homeward trip, they took it calmly and began to search among the relatives. The inquiry produced no result, and some remembered having seen him in the temple, but no one had seen him since. Mary grew frightened. Where could he be? Back there in the city alone, wandering hungry and tired through the friendless streets, carried away by other travelers into the distant country? She pictured 100 calamities. Nervously, she and Joseph hurried back over the hot roads, through the suburbs, up the narrow streets, and up to the courts, to the temple itself. And there he was, not lost, not a bit worried, apparently unconscious that the feast was over, and he sat in the midst of a group of old men who were tossing questions at him and applauding the shrewd common sense of his replies. Involuntarily, his parents halted, and they were simple folk and uneasy among strangers and devilish by their haste, but after all, they were his parents, and the very human feeling of irritation quickly overcame their defiance. Mary stepped forward and grasped his arm. "Son, why have you left us?" she demanded. "Behold, thy father and I have sought thee sorrowing." I wonder what answer she expected to receive. Did she ever know exactly what he was going to say? Did anyone in Nazareth quite understand his keen, eager lad who had such a curious moments of abstraction and was forever breaking out of the remarks that seemed so far beyond his years? He spoke to her now with deference, as always, but in words that did not disquell, but rather added to her uncertainty. "How is it that ye sought me?" he asked. "Wist ye not that I must be about my Father's business?" His Father's business, indeed, as if that wasn't exactly where they wanted him to be. His father owned a prosperous carpenter shop in Nazareth, and that was the place for the boy, as he very well knew. And she was on the point of saying no, but there was something in his look and tone that silenced her. She and Joseph turned and started out, and Jesus followed them, away from the temple and the city, back to little Nazareth. His hour of boyish triumph had not turned his head. He knew how though he must be his preparation for any real successful work. A building can rise high into the air only if it has sunk its foundations deep into the earth. Part of a man's life, which the world sees as ineffective in portion, as it rests upon the solid work which is never seen. Instinctively, as he knew this, for 18 years more he is content to remain in that country town, until his strength was at its summit, until he had done its full duty as his mother and his younger children, until his hour had come. But what interests us most in this one record incident of boyhood is the fact that for the first time he defined the purpose of his career. He did not say, "Wits ye not that I must practice preaching," or "Wits ye not that I must get ready to meet the arguments of men like these." A language was quite different and well worth remembering. "Wits ye not that I must be about my Father's business," he said. He thought of this life as business. What did he mean by business? To what extent are these principles by which he conducted his business applicable to ours? And if he were among us again in our highly competitive world, would his business philosophy work? On one occasion, you recall, he stated his recipe for success. It was on an afternoon when James and John came back to ask him what promotion they might expect. They were two of the most energetic of the lot, called the Sons of Thunder, by the rest being noisy and always in the midst of some sort of storm. They had joined the ranks because they liked him, but with no very definitive idea of what it was all about. And now they wanted to know where the enterprise was heading, and just what there would be in the future for them. "Master," they said, "we want to ask your plans you have in mind for us. You're going to need big men around you when you establish your kingdom. Our ambition is to sit on either side of you, one on the right hand and one on the left." Who can object to that attitude? If a man fails to look after himself, certainly no one will look after him. If you want a big place, go ask for it. That's the way to get ahead. Jesus answered with a sentence which sounds poetically absurd. "Whoever will be great among you shall be your minister." Then he said, "And whoever of you will be the chiefest shall be the servant of all." A fine piece of rhetoric, now, isn't it? Be a good servant, and it will be great, and be the best possible servant, and you'll occupy the highest possible place. Nice idealistic talk, but utterly impractical, nothing to take seriously in the common sense world. That is just what men thought for some hundreds of years, and then, quite suddenly, business woke up to a great discovery. You will hear that the discovery proclaimed in every sales convention as something distinctly modern and up-to-date. It is emblazoned with the advertising pages of every magazine. Look through those pages. Here is the advertisement of an automobile company, one of the greatest of the world. And why is it the greatest? On what does it claim to be the leader? Its huge factories and financial strength? They are never mentioned. On its army of workmen or its high-salaried executives, you might read its advertisements for years without suspecting that it had either. No, we are great because of our service, the advertisements cry. We will crawl under your car oftener and get our backs dirtier than any of our competitors. Drive up to our service stations and ask us for anything at all, and it will be granted cheerfully. We serve, therefore we grow. A manufacturer of shoes makes the same boast in their terms. We put ourselves at your feet and give you everything that you can possibly demand. Manufacturers of building equipment, of clothes, of food, presidents of railroads and steamship companies, heads of banks and investment houses, all of them tell the same story. Service is what we're here for, they exclaim. They call it the spirit of modern business. They suppose, most of them, that this is something very new, but Jesus preached it more than 1900 years ago. One afternoon in a Pullman car, and the late George W. Perkins was talking about the reasons why men succeed and fail. "I'm amazed that some young men who ask me why I use my influence to get them better positions or increase in salary," he said. "Such an attitude on their part shows an absolute failure to understand the fundamentals of success. In all these years, I was with the New York Life Insurance Company. I never once asked what my salary was to be, or my title. None of us who made that company ever wasted time over such questions. We had visions of extending the company's service throughout the world, of making it the finest, most useful institution of its kind. We made it that, and it made us rich. That sounds sensible. Good business sense. But how does this sound? If you're forever thinking about saving your life," Jesus said, "you'll lose it. But the man who loses his life shall find it." Because he said it was a religious teacher. Because it's printed in the Bible, the world has dismissed it as high-minded ethics, but not hard-headed sense. But look again. What did Perkins mean? If it wasn't that he and his friends buried themselves in their great undertaking, literally lost their lives in it, and when they found their lives again, they were all of them bigger or richer than they ever supposed they could be. Would such success have come to them if they had been careful about themselves? We mustn't overdo this thing. They might have said, "This is a good company, and it deserves to grow, but every man must look out for his own interests." Just what is there going to be for us? With such an attitude, they might have moved up in well-paid positions, but never to an outstanding success. What did Henry Ford mean one spring morning when he tipped the kitchen chair back against the waste wash wall of the tractor paint and talked about his career. Have you ever noticed that a man who starts out in life with a determination to make money never makes very much, he asked. It was a rather startling question, and without waiting for a comment, he went on to answer it. He may gather together the competence, of course, of a few tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, but they'll never amass a really great fortune. But let a man start out in life to build something better and sell it cheaper than it's ever been built or sold before. And let him have that determination to give it his whole self to it, and the money will roll in so fast that it'll bury him as if he won't even be able to look out. When we're building our original model, do you suppose that it was the money that we're thinking about? Of course, we're expected that it would be profitable if it succeeded, but that wasn't in front of our minds. We wanted to make a car so cheap that every family in the United States could afford to have one. So we worked morning, noon, and night until our muscles ached and our nerves were so ragged that it seemed as if we just couldn't stand it to hear any one mention of the word automobile again. One night, when we were almost at the breaking point, I said to the boys, "Well, there's one consolation," I said. "Nobody can take this business away from us unless he's willing to work harder than we've worked. And so far," he concluded with a whimsical smile, "nobody's been willing to do that." What did Theodore N. Vail mean when he said that only once in his life did he set out with the deliberate intention of making money? That all the rest of his fortune had come from his work, which so gripped him that he forgot about money. The one occasion to which he referred to is the trip to South America, where he founded a mine and he proved it profitable, and doubtless still is. He made that trip because he lost all of his money in an effort to establish a big central heating plant in Boston to give people better warmth. As he had already helped people to give them a better communication, his heating plant failed. But he paid its debts in South American mine. But the bulk of his fortune came from the achievement for which he will always be remembered, the establishment of the American Telephone and Telegraph Company. To that great enterprise he gave everything he had, threw his life into it, and we say lost his life in it, Jesus said, and it gave him back a larger and richer life, and the fortune of immortality. Whoever shall compel thee to go thy mile, said Jesus, go with him twain. Which means, I take it, do more than is required of you, but twice as much. Another startling bit of business advice. Where will a man ever get, you ask, if he delivers twice as much as he's paid to deliver? The answer is that unless he's a fool, he'll probably get to stay at the top. I remember once traveling from Chicago to New York on the 20th Century Limited. We were due in Grand Central Station at 9:40. A nice leisurely hour, and the three of us were traveling together, decided to make a comfortable morning of it, and we got out of our berths at the 8:15, shaved and dressed, and half an hour later were making our way back to the dining car. A door of one of the drawing rooms was open, and as we walked by we could hardly keep it from looking in. The bed in the room had been made up long since, and the table stood between the windows at the table and buried in work, as a man whose face in the newspaper may have familiar to everyone. He had been the governor of New York, a justice of the Supreme Court, a candidate for the presidency of the United States, and was at a time practicing law and the reputation to be earning much more than $100,000 a year. My companions and I were young men, and he was well along in middle life, and we were poor and unknown, and he was rich and famous, and we were doing all that was required of us, and we were up to the dress, and we would be ready for business, and when the train pulled in the little before 10, but this man, whom nothing was actually required, was doing far more. I thought to myself, as we passed on our leisurely breakfast, that explains to him. Now I understand Hughes. I have several times have been in the offices of J.P. Morgan in the company after 6 o'clock in the evening. I remember vividly the mental picture which I once had of such a private banking house must be the partners coming down to the limousine at 11 and leaving at 3 and giving their nonchalant approval to the $1 million deal. But on the occasion one of the visits which I referred, the offices were closed. The clerks and the assistants and even the elevator men had gone, leaving only night watchmen. The night watchmen and some of the partners were seen to be always lights on the partners' offices, no matter what the hour, and of the office force is required that they travel 1 mile, which lies between 9 o'clock in the morning and 5 o'clock at night. But the partners travel in the second mile, and have always traveled in it all their lives, and are partners because they have. Here is another business principle, seemingly equally impractical. Remember the words of the Lord Jesus, how he said, "It is more blessed to give than to receive." He came perilously near to lose those words, and they are not recorded in any one of the 4 Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. All forgot them. All very nice to talk about giving instead of getting, though Matthew perhaps. It may work in religion, but is no good in the tax collection business. A splendid thought, John might have said to himself, a very notable sentiment, but not quite practical in the fishing industry. Maybe they imagined that the master had made a mistake, or that they had heard him incorrectly, or at any rate they all passed over the saying. But Paul did not. He who had abandoned social position and had asserted career for service of the Galilean, he who had given more than any of them, he heard the words and remembered, and he understood. Are they empty words? Do they bring destruction upon the business which regards them seriously? Is a man a fool to let them be the guiding influence of his life? I talked one day with H.G. Wells after his Outline of History had appeared, and I said, "You have stood upon a mountain and viewed the whole panorama of human progress. Have you seen the captains and kings and the princes and prophets, the scientists and adventurers, millionaires and dreamers, and all the billions of human atoms that have lived and loved and struggled in their little hour upon this earth? In this vast army of heads that rises above the common level, along with all those who have fought for fame, who have actually achieved it? What half-dozen men among them all deserve to be called great?" He turned the question over in his mind for a day or two, and then gave me a list of 6 names, with his reasons for each. An extraordinary list. Jesus of Nazareth, Buddha, Ahsoka, Aristotle, Roger Bacon, Abraham Lincoln. I think of the thousands of emperors who have battled for fame and who have decreed themselves immortal, and fashioned their immortality into monuments of brick and stone. Yet there is only one emperor, Ahsoka, on the list, who he is there not because of his victories, but because he voluntarily abandoned war after his success, and devoted himself to the betterment of millions of subjects. Think of the hosts who have struggled for wealth, fretting over figures, denying their generous instincts, cheating and grasping and worrying. Yet no millionaire is on the list, excepting, again, Ahsoka, who sat on the throne of Rome. When Jesus of Nazareth hung on the cross, who ruled the hosts of Persia when Aristotle thought and taught? Who was the King of England when Roger Bacon laid the foundations of the modern scientific research? The tumult and the shouting dies, and the captains and kings depart. And when the historian, looking over the field where they contended for the prize, seeks for something which has endured, he finds the message of the teacher, the dream of the scientist, the vision of the sneer. These 6 men stood in the corners of history, said Wells in his picturesque way. Events hinged on them. The current of the human thought was freer and clearer because they lived and worked. They took little from the world and left it much, and they did not get. They gave, and in giving gained eternal influence. In our own country, in Monticello, in Virginia, an American statesman lays buried. He was a Secretary of State, Minister to France, President of the United States. Yet his epitaph makes reference to none of those honors. It reads, "He was buried, Thomas Jefferson, author of the Declaration of American Independence, of the Statute of Virginia for religious freedom, and father of the University of Virginia." The offices that he held are forgotten on the stone, as they will be eventually forgotten by all but the historian. He desired to be remembered only for what he gave, and he was his wish. Somewhere in his essays, Emerson had sentenced to his own effect, "See how the mass of men worry themselves into nameless graves, while there in here is a great unselfish soul forgets himself into immortality." A fine thought, finely phrased, but Jesus thought it first. So we have a main points of his business philosophy. 1. Whoever will be great must render great service. 2. Whoever will find himself at the top must be willing to lose himself at the bottom. And 3. Big rewards come to those who travel the second undermanned mile. Judas would have sneered at all this. Not a bad fellow at heart, he had virtues and the weaknesses of a small-bore businessman. He was hard-boiled and proud of it, and he looked out for number one. It was no easy job being treasurer for a lot of idealists. Judas would have you know he held the bag and gave every cent a good tight squeeze before he let it pass. Then a grateful woman broke her box of costly ointment over Jesus' feet, and the other disciples thought it was fine, but he knew better. Pretty wasteful business, he grumbled to himself. The big talk of the others about thrones and kingdoms and victory, they don't fool him. He could read a balance sheet. He knew that the gig was up. So he made his private little deal with the priests, and probably supposing that Jesus would be arrested, reproved and warned not to preach in Jerusalem again. "I will get mine and retire," he said to himself. Said Jesus, if I be lifted up on the cross, that is so to say, if I lose my life, I will draw all men to me." Each made his decision and received his reward. We have quoted some men of conspicuous success, but the same sound principles apply to every walk of life. Great progress will be made in the world when we rid ourselves of the idea that here is a difference between work and religious work, and we have been taught that a man's daily business activities are selfish, and that only the time which he devotes to church meetings and social service activities is consecrated. Ask any 10 people what Jesus meant by his Father's business, and 9 of them will answer preaching. To interpret the words into a narrow sense is to lose the real significance of his life. It was not to preach that he came into the world, nor to teach, nor to heal. These are all departments of his Father's business, but the business itself is far larger, more inclusive. For human life has any significance, it is this, that God has set going here an experiment to which all his resources are committed. He seeks to develop perfect human beings, superior to circumstance, victorious over fate. No single kind of human talent or effort can be spared if the experiment is to succeed. The race must be fed and clothed and housed and transported, as well as preached to, taught and healed. Thus all business is his Father's business. All work is worship. All useful service, prayer, and whoever works wholeheartedly at any worthy calling is a co-worker with the Almighty in the great enterprise which he has initiated, but he can never finish without the help of men. It is one thing to talk about success. It is quite another thing to win it. Jesus spoke of crowns and died on the cross. He talked of his kingdom and ended his days amid jeers and taunts of his enemies. He was in all points tempted like as we are, says the epistle to the Hebrews. We have read it often and heard it read oftener, but we have never believed it. Of course, the conception of character which theology has given us makes such an idea impossible. He was born indifferently from the rest of us, theology insists. He did not belong among us all, but came down from heaven on a brief visit, spent a few years reproving men for their mistakes, died, went back to heaven again. A hollow bit of stage play. What a chance for temptation on such a career. How can an actor go wrong when his whole part is written and learned in advance? It's frightfully hard to free the mind from the numbing grip of the ancient creeds, but let's make the effort. Let us touch one more of the high spots in the finest, most exalted success story, considering now the perils and crisis of success. He was not at all sure where he was going when he laid down his tools and turned his back on the carpenter shop. Unless we can believe this, his struggle ceases to be in all points like our own. For each of us has to venture on life as to an uncharted sea. Something inside him carried forward, and the something which is whispered to so many small-town boys is there is a place for them in the world which lies beyond the hills. He went to John to be baptized for a while. While John's influence molded him, he, too, retired into the wilderness, and there he met first crisis of his career. When he emerged, he had formed his own plan for his work, asceticism and denunciation. He knew we're not the role for him. His first success was swift beyond all expectations. Out of the temple, shrieking and cursing, went the money changers, while the crowd cheered his name to the echo. The night, the whole city was stirred by the story. When he left at the end of the feast, he went back to the north country, and he found that his fame had preceded him. Crowds flocked to hear him. News of his deeds from healing traveled ahead of him everywhere. His vision of his work began to take definite shape. He would restore the self-respect of the people, abolishing the rule of formalism and establishing the fresh, glorious conception of fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man. It all seemed so natural, so easy. There in the warm sunshine of Galilee, with the responsive faces of the multitudes turned eagerly towards him, year over year and a half that followed, they were filled with the joy of increasing reputation of success. Apparently, there was not a single cloud in the sky. But there were people in Jerusalem whose private affairs and ideas he did seriously interfere. He was not left long in doubt as to their attitude, incensed by his cleansing of the temple, and they sent their spies to the north country to report his movements and made every effort to turn crowds away. Perhaps, at first, he had hope of winning even his enemies to his teaching. So altogether simple and satisfying, his gospel seemed to him. If so, the hope soon vanished. Opposition crystallized. It made itself felt in every audience he addressed, in every town he visited. Reluctantly, he had to face the fact that the time was coming and he must compromise or fight. It was with this realization that he faced a second and greater crisis. He had crossed the lake one day in a little boat to get away from the crowds, but they were too quick for him. Running around the end of the lake, they gathered recruits as they ran. They waited for him at the landing place, more than 5,000 strong. He was tired and he wanted a chance to rest and think, but here were the people, pathetically eager, and he had compassion on them. So he sat down among them and went on with his teaching until the day was almost over. Then, at last, the disciples came, hardly concealing their tired petulance, and demanded that they send them away. But they had made a long trip and had been with us all day without food, he replied. We must feed them before they go. The disciples regarded him with blank amazement. Feed them? On what? They demanded. We have no money, and even if we had, there's more than 5,000 in the crowd. Jesus apparently did not hear them. Have them sit down, he commanded. Gather up whatever food you can find and bring it here to me. Undoubtedly, but too well trained to argue, the disciples did as they were told. They arranged the crowd in companies of 50 and 100 and collected a little supply of food, which more prudent members had brought, and laid the collection at his feet. He lifted his eyes to heaven, blessed the food, and ordered it redistributed, and somehow the people ate and were satisfied. Just what happened in the moment when the food was laid before him as an impenetrable mystery, but there was no doubt at all as to what took place afterward. It was the event for which the people had waited, the unmistakable sign. Moses had fed their fathers on manna in the wilderness, and here was one who likewise called on heaven and supplied their wants. Surely he was the son of David, long foretold, who would somehow overthrow the rule of the conquerors and restore the throne to Jerusalem. Joyously they shouted the news back and forth. The day of deliverance has come. The tyranny of the Romans is about to end. Their enthusiasm carried them to their feet. 50 in this group, 100 in that. Almost if by magic they found themselves organized. They were an army that had they not realized. Right there on the field, they were enough to outnumber the garrison in Jerusalem. But they were only the nucleus of the host, but they were to gather their banners. Once the southward march was formed, there were 5,000 now, they would be 50,000, perhaps 100,000 then. Wild enthusiasm seized upon them, shouting his name at the top of their voices, and they surged forward towards the little hill where he stood. And then he had foreseen their purpose, and even while they were perfecting their plan, doubt had raged through his spirit, and with the force of a tempest. Why not accept their nomination? Why not be their king? It would mean an alteration in his program, to be sure, to surrender of his vision of spiritual leadership, and yet it might not be such a surrender after all. Solomon had been a king and a great spiritual leader. David had been a king and had written the nation's highest ideals into his psalms. He himself was better balanced than David, wiser than Solomon. Why not? It was a splendid picture as ever stirred in the pulses of an ambitious man. For only an instant Jesus allowed his eyes to rest on it. Then he saw the other picture, the vast dumb multitudes of men, his brothers and sisters, the blind being led by the blind, their souls squeezed dry of vision and hope by the machinery of formalism. He saw generations born and die in spiritual servitude, which nothing could end except the truth that he come to declare, to put himself at the end and at the head of the army of fanatical patriots who would perhaps to risk the life of his message with it. But worse than the possibility of failure was the probability of success. To be king of the Jews would mean a lifetime spent in the defense of his throne and title, a lifetime of bloodshed and intrigue. While his message remained unspoken, living he would give his people only a semblance of national life. Dying, he would leave them only to be re-enslaved by a Roman power, and the truth which he had come to declare was capable of continuing its work of emancipation throughout the world so long as time should last. Would it be traded for glittering crown and an empty name? In a flash he saw it all made his decision. Even in the multitude surged forward, he gave a few crisp orders to his disciples and disappeared. The gospel story puts the dramatic climax into a single sentence. Jesus, therefore, perceiving that they were about to take him by force and make him king, withdrew again into the mountain, himself alone. In that hour of crisis, he proved right to be the silent partner in every modern business, to sit at the head of every director's table. There is no mere theorizing in his words. He speaks out what he himself has proved. If he says that the man's work is more eternally important than any title, he has the right to speak. He himself refused the highest title. If he says that there are things more vital than merely making money, let no one question his authority. He was handed the wealth of a nation and handed it back again. Idealist he is, but there is nothing in the whole hard world, so practical as his ideals. There is a success which is greater than wealth or titles. He says, it comes through making your work an instrument of greater service and larger living to your fellow man and women. This is my Father's business, and he needs your help. He told one business story which should be published every year in all magazines of business, all trade papers, all house organs. It concerned a certain rich man whose enterprise prospered beyond all of his expectations. His land brought forth plentiful, so much that he said to himself, what shall I do, because I have no room where to bestow my fruits? And he said, this will do, I will put down my barns and build a greater, and there I will bestow my fruits and my goods. And I will say to my soul, soul, thou hast much goods laid up for many years, take thine ease, eat, drink, and be merry. But God said, you fool, this night your soul shall be required of you. The poor fool had regarded his business as nothing but a means of escape from business. He had hoarded his wealth, denying every generous impulse, spent his health, fortifying every chance for a wholesome enjoyment, sacrificing the joy of living for selfish satisfaction that he hoped was coming when he had made his pile. And fate laughed in his face. He thought he had provided for every contingency, but the one great event which is always unexpected came like a thief in the night and found him unprepared. But that business anecdote should be published another, which is also a tragedy. It concerns a little hotel in Bethlehem, the Inn. The mother of Jesus of Nazareth knocked on its doors, and it would not come in. It might have sheltered the greatest event in human history, and it lost its chance. Why? Why was Jesus born in the stable? Because people in the inn were vicious or hostile? Not in the least. The inn was full. That was all. Every room was taken by folk who had affairs attended and money to spend. The inn was busy. There was no room in the inn. Men's lives were sometimes like that in the inn. You know a man whose heart is broken because his son is a fool. Yet deep within himself he knows that the fault is his own. All through the formative years, the boy's development, he never gave him any time. Not that he didn't love the boy, but he was busy. There was no room for family life, and his son was a fool. You know men whose health is gone, men whose taste for reading and music and art is gone, men who have literally no interest in life beyond the office, which has become a mere treadmill therein the days are ground away. In this process of being successful, they have sacrificed success. Never once forgetting themselves, they have forgotten everything else. This is not Jesus' idea of what life should be. He who refused to turn aside from his business to become a king was never too busy to turn aside for a sick man, a friend, a little child. He never forgot that one night his mother had stood on the threshold there and was no welcome. The threshold of the little inn in Bethlehem. It was too busy that even the greatest event in history knocked at its doors and could not come in. Chapter 7. The Master. So we come to the end, to the final tests of man's living. How does he bear disappointment? How does he die? For 2 years it seemed almost certain that Jesus would prevail. He himself was sure of it. We have marked the dramatic success which he works has began, and we watch the crowds flock around him in the marketplace, and we have heard the cheers that greeted his victories over the shrewd antagonists, and the murmured awe when the sick man rose and walked. Reports of his triumph preceded him everywhere, so that men competed for the honor of being his host. And there was friendliness in the audiences that made almost anything seem possible. And why not? If accepting his message, men could be lifted up, transformed into the sons of God, heirs of eternity. Why should any be so stubborn or foolish as to oppose? Surely such truth must conquer. If you read the story carefully, you can see how his tone and manner grew in confidence. In hours of exalted communion, he stood face to face with God, felt his own sonship, and knew he could lift the hearts of men as no other has ever lifted them. The knowledge thrilled him with ecstasy. "I am the way," he cried, and he called on his friends to free themselves, to cast their burdens upon the Lord, to believe more, rejoice more, expect more of God. Those who listened in those days were profoundly impressed. Even the most callous yielded grudging admiration. "Never man so spake," said they. As for the multitude, its enthusiasm would brook no halfway measures, and they would take him by force and make him king. Then came the change. His hometown was the first to turn against him. Picture, if you will, the enthusiasm with which he planned to visit it. Nazareth was the little and despised, a jest among the wits of the day. It had produced no great men, had been the scene of no historic achievement. Jesus knew all this. Those familiar streets and faces were often in its memory, and when he healed the sick man in Capernaum, it pleased him to think that the report would be carried back to Nazareth. When he drove the plunders from the temple, he realized that in the fame which he had come to him, his hometown would have a share. Jesus of Nazareth, the world called him, linking its name with his. He lifted the little village out of obscurity, and now, in the height of his glory, he was going back. Did he arrive in dusk or slip almost unnoticed through the streets to his mother's house? Perhaps she was in the kitchen, and hearing the footstep, which she could never mistake, she ran and threw her arms around his neck. "Jesus!" she cries, patting his cheek and looking up at him with his glistening eyes. "Jesus, my boy, my boy!" Hearing the name of his brothers and sisters come hurrying from the other parts of the house. All sorts of reports have drifted back, almost unbelievable reports. Every day of the gossips of the village have stopped and asked whether the letter or a message has come, and it seems to be doing great things, said the gossips with the ill-conceived envy. Hope he doesn't try to go far, they said in tones which revealed all too clearly their real hope that he would go too far and come to grief. Against cynicism and innuendo, his brothers had stood their ground proudly. He was doing great things, they insisted. The reports were not a bit exaggerated. Some day he would come back and show them that they would wish and that they had believed. And now he was back, healthy, he looked, and confident, but not otherwise different. They were a bit disappointed, and he felt it. They hardly knew what it was, but they had expected that he would be somehow bigger or better dressed or tagged with some outward sign of authority. With forced enthusiasm, they bustled about, asking him questions, praising his good looks. But through it all ran a note of restraint. "Come now, you must get to bed early," his mother may have said. "They will all be wanting to see you at the synagogue tomorrow." So he went up to the room, his old room, alone. The homecoming was not quite what he had dreamed. They loved him, they were proud of him, but they doubted. That was clear enough. And they dreaded that he must come the next day. He awoke refreshed and heartened. Some neighbors dropped in after breakfast, for the report of the arrival had quickly spread through the little town. When he and his mother reached the door of the synagogue crowd that was waiting outside, they returned his greeting with a mixture of regard and curiosity, and they pushed promptly through the door behind him, filling the little room full. There was much whispering and craning of necks as he made his way to the front of the room, picking up the roll of the prophet Isaiah, turned around towards them and smiled. Instantly, all the illusions vanished. Instead of a sympathetic understanding, there was only cynicism on those faces. The old woman, his neighbor, who he had planned to heal, was sitting prominently in front. She was willing to take a chance on anything, for she had been sick a long time. But her look was less a hope than a challenge. The subtle men of the town settled solidly on their appointed seats and dared him with their hard eyes to try his tricks on them. "You may have caused a stir in Capernaum," they seemed to say, "but little old Nazareth isn't so slow. We know you. You're no prophet. You're just the son of Joseph the carpenter, and you can't fool us." Slowly, he opened the roll and the tones that stirred in them in spite of themselves, and he began to read. "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he anointed me to preach the good tidings to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim the release to the captives, and the recovery of the sight to the blind, to set at liberty them are the abused, and proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord." He closed the book and handed it back to the attendant. "This day has this scripture been fulfilled in your ears," he said simply. There is an ominous silence in the synagogue. The eyes of all were fastened upon him. He knew that what they were thinking. They wanted him to do some mighty work, such he had done in Capernaum, but he knew also the uselessness of trying. The scorn, the ignorant self-sufficiency, they were miracle-proof. They would never receive him, never be proud of him. They merely wanted him to exhibit himself, and that they hoped that he would fail. "No prophet is accepted in his own country," he said to them sadly. Elijah did his greatest works in a foreign city. Elijah could accomplish nothing big until he got beyond the borders of his home. With the look of the soul weariness, he turned to leave. Then the storm broke. All pent-up envy of the little town for one who has dared to outgrow it gathered itself into a roar. They surged forward, hurrying him through the main street to the edge of the precipice where they could throw him over. But the wrath which had been sufficient to conceive his destruction grew suddenly impotent when he turned and faced them. They shrank back, and before they could reform their purpose, he had passed through the midst of them and was on his way. His ears sounded the buzz of malicious comment, but he too was heartsick, and to look back, from henceforth Capernaum became his home city. Nazareth, the home of his youth, the dwelling place in his boyhood, friends, neighbors, had given its verdict. He had come unto his own, and his own received him not. His brothers deserted him. We ought not to blame them too much, perhaps. No man is a hero to his valet, and the near relatives of any great man who have lived with them through the familiar experiences of everyday life must be always a little mystified by the world's worship. The brothers of Jesus had been witnessed by the defeat, and they were left behind by him to bear the ignominy of it. How the sardonic laughter must have rung in their ears! How endlessly the wits must have cracked their jokes about the morning in the synagogue! These hometown sneers were bad enough, but the reports came back from other towns through the simple, unimaginative family into a panic, and it was said that he had made seditious speeches, that he claimed to have special relationship with God, and that he utterly disregarded the code of the Pharisees and denounced them openly before the crowds. Such conduct could mean only one thing: that he could get himself into jail, and his relatives with him, and hence the members of his family, who should have been his best helpers, spent their energy and efforts to get him to go farther away from home. Once the Feast of the Tabernacles was being celebrated in Jerusalem, they urged him to go up, to depart hence, and taunted him, saying that if he could really do all that he claimed, the place for him to make his reputation was at the capital. Anything to get him out of Galilee. They were all unsafe while he stayed near them, so they thought. For even his brethren did not believe him. He was teaching one day in Capernaum to the crowd that hung spellbound on his words when suddenly an interruption occurred. A messenger pushed through the audience to tell him that his mother and brothers were outside and insisted on speaking with them right away. A quick look of pain shot across his fine face, and he knew why they had come. They had been sending him threats of their coming for weeks. They had made up their minds that he was just a little bit out of his head, and they were determined to shut him up in an asylum before his extravagancies should ruin them all. He drew himself up to a full height and pointed to his disciples and turned to the messenger. "My mother and brethren?" he repeated. "Behold, these who believe on me, they are my mother and my brethren." They were indeed his real kindred, and many times they proved themselves worthy of the name. But even their devotion could not entirely remove the hurt. When later he had his brief hour of triumph, and when the crowds flung their garments onto the streets before him and shouted their hosannas, and even at the heart they must have been sore at the thought that in all the multitude there is not one of the brothers whom he had sacrificed so much for his youth. A warm hand clasped from one of them, as it would have meant more than all the high homage in the multitude. But they were far away, still ashamed of the relationship, still regarding him as a well-meaning but not quite sane. His best friend died doubting him. To that friend, John the Baptist, he owed his initial success. John had introduced him to the people. His first disciples had come because John pointed him out as a greater prophet than himself. Two men entirely unalike in character and method. John was austere, harsh, denunciatory, a lonely spirit, dwelling apart. Jesus was cheerful, friendly, never happier. When in a crowd, John laid down for his disciples a rigid program of ceremonies and fasts. Jesus disregarded forms and encouraged disciples to disregard them. He recognized that he and John must do their work in different ways, but it had not occurred to him that their differences would ever loosen the bond of friendship. He was cut to the quick, therefore, when two messengers came from John with the wistful, doubting question, "Are you really a prophet, as I told people that you are?" John asked, "Instead of fasting, you banquet. Instead of calling on men to adjourn pleasure, you share their pleasures. Are you the hope of the world, as I believed you to be? Or must we look for another?" Very tenderly but sadly, Jesus sent back his reply. "Go tell John what you have seen and heard." And he said, "How the blind see, lepers are cleansed, and the poor have good news preached to them." It was a wonderful answer, but it did not convince his friend. A few weeks later, in the dungeons of Herod's castle, John paid the last great penalty for his idealism and courage. Jesus, when he heard of it, withdrew into the hills alone. His closest friend and first adherent had gone out, a sacrifice to the selfishness and social order which he himself was fighting. In that heartbreaking event, he saw the omen for himself. They who had been strong enough to murder John would one day destroy him. It was a bitter blow to his vision of success. When he returned from the hills, there was a new seriousness in his face, a harder note in his teaching, and he saw the end of his path in the shadow of the cross, and his heart was heavy because his friend who ought to have understood him best had misunderstood him and died in doubt. The people deserted him. When last we caught the glimpse of them, they were cheering his name beside the lake, seeking to force him to be their king. He eluded them and retired into the mountain to think and pray. He must have been some dramatic moment when he reappeared. Only a single yes was needed, when they could have lifted him on their shoulders and bore him in triumph to the city gates. Hushed and expectant, they waited for his answer. And what an answer! "I am not come to restore the kingdom of Jerusalem," he cried. "Mine is a spiritual mission. I am the bread of life. You have cheered me because I have fed you in the wilderness. But I tell you now that what I have come to give you is myself, that by knowing me, you may know your Father." They could not have been more stunned if he had struck their leader across the face. What did he mean by his senseless mysticism, this talk about bread of life? Hadn't they seen him heal the sick and conquer the Pharisees in debate? Were these not signs that he was the leader, so long promised, who would rout the Romans and restore the throne of David? And now, when the hour was ripe, when they were ready to march, why this language, which nobody understood? The Jews therefore murmured concerning him, because said, "I am the bread that came down from heaven." It was sacrilege or nonsense, one or the other. In either event, it proved to him an unsound leader. Gentiles might continue to follow him if they choose, but his company was clearly no place for the self-respecting Jew. Silently, the cautious people slipped away, and after denied that they had ever had anything to do with him. Those who were more daring or devoted continued with him through the rest of the week, and on the Sabbath crowded into the synagogue where they knew that he would speak. The days have given him time to reconsider and compose his thoughts, and perhaps now he would make a reasonable reply to their hopes. But there was no compromise in his message that day. Again he repeated the seemingly senseless talk about the bread of life. It destroyed the last hope of all those who had looked to him for deliverance of Israel. "These are hard sayings," they protested. "Who can understand them?" And then the note of tragedy. Upon this, many of his disciples went back and walked with him no more. The tide had turned. He realized it clearly through the disciples could not. At every opportunity, he sought to build up in them an increased sense in their responsibilities. He must go into Jerusalem, he told them, and suffer many things of the elders and the chief priests and scribes, and be killed. They would not believe it. Peter, hot-headed and enthusiastic, took him aside and rebuked him for what seemed a temporary loss of courage. "Be it far from thee, Lord," he exclaimed. "This shall be never unto thee." Generous, loyal words, but they revealed an utter failure of appreciation of the real situation. All hope of the revealed and regenerated nation was gone. This once chance, now for prominent influence, was a wielding his little group closer together and sealing their union with his blood. For the first time in his public work, he forsook Palestine and led his wandering but still dutiful followers into the foreign cities of Tyre and Sidon. The journey gave him a chance to be alone with the 12. It was, in a small way, a reputation of the earlier triumphs. These foreign folk were friendly without an ulterior motive. They cared nothing about the establishment of the throne in Jerusalem or the possibility of profit for themselves from the political triumph. They came to hear him because of his words thrilled them, because they felt their better selves touched and made vibrant by the wonder of his life. He hated to leave these kindly strangers. Much more he dreaded the thought of another trip through Galilee. What graveyard of high hopes it was! Every road, every street corner, almost every house and tree was alive with the memories of his success. Now he must pass each one again, conscious that it may be his last time, his heart weighed down with his thought of the high purpose that had brought no response, and the sacrifices seemingly in vain. A small wonder that he cried out against the Chorazin and Bethsaida, and even in his own loved Capernaum, the cities for which he had done so much. Woe unto you, he cried into loneliness, for if the mighty works which were done in you have been done in Tyre and Sidon, then they would have repented long ago, in the sackcloth and ashes. But neither Bethsaida nor Capernaum had ears for him any longer. Some new novelty had taken hold of the public imagination, and he had that day nothing more was to be expected from him. So the spring and the summer passed, and the autumn came, and bringing the Feast of Tabernacles, which he determined to celebrate in Jerusalem. It was a suicidal resolve. The report of his dwindling influence had been carried to the temple clique, which had been emboldened by the information. There were spies in every crowd that listened to him, and the echo of the smallest act flew into the capital. He could not hope to arrive outside the city walls without imminent danger of arrest. All this he knew, but did not weigh against his resolve. This might be his last feast, and there would be visitors from all over the world, some of whom would surely take the seed of his message with them back to their homes, and he must be true in his calling at whatever cost. So he went. We catch one glimpse of him in the temple steps, surrounded by the partly curious and partly antagonistic crowd. It was his chance to recapture a little of the popular favor, to speak a placating word for that might open a way to reconciliation, but no such thought entered his mind. The time for defiance had come. I have offered you the truth, he cried, the truth that would make you free. And when they shouted what they were the sons of Abraham, and hence already free, he replied that they were no children of Abraham, but children of the devil. And they would have killed him then and there. But their courage failed. After all, he had still a considerable following, and it was better to wait. Give him rope, and he'll tangle himself inextricably. Every speech was alienating somebody. Even when the time was ripe, they would seize him, perhaps at that next feast. If in the meantime he could not entirely discredit himself and disappeared. So they argued amongst themselves, and he went back once more into his Galilee. For just a moment, in the next spring, there seemed to be a renewed popular interest. The crowds flocked around in the old familiar way, and the disciples noted it joyously. The multitudes come together to him again, they exclaimed, and at once their hopes were busy with new visions of his success. But dismay followed fast. Against their adherent protest, he carried them off into the close retirement. They were relentless, lonely, distressed at high-handed fashion in which he turned away supporters. It was necessary to be so harsh with the Pharisees. After all, there were so many estimable men among them whose contributions would have been very helpful. Why should he have ridiculed them out of his company? Why tell people that their precious ritual was less acceptable to God than cry for mercy of an untaught publican? Why slight their readily hospitable favor of an outcast like Zacharias? His little group of friends were still groping for a clear vision of message and purpose when, for the last time, he led them down to Jerusalem and the final feast. The one week of his life which everybody knows is the last week. Hence, we pass over it in this little book. It began with the triumphant shouts of Hosanna, at the end with the bloodthirsty cries of Crucify. Between the first morning of triumph and the last hours of mortal agony, it witnessed his finest verbal victories over his opponents. Never were his nerves more steady, his courage higher, his mind more keen. Deliberately, he piled up the mountain of hatred, knowing that it would kill him, but determined that there should be no doubt through the ages as to what he stood for and why he had to die. Every man who loves courage and courageous manhood ought to read these final chapters at least once a year. Any attempt to abridge or paraphrase them would result in a failure, or worse. We pass over them in reverent silence, stopping only for the glimpse of the three most wonderful scenes. The first final supper on that last cool, quiet Thursday night, he knew that he should never meet with the disciples around a table again. All the memories of the 3 great years must have crowded into his mind as the meal progressed. How often they had sat together under the tree beside the lake, sharing the fish that they had caught in their own nets, and how they enjoyed the first meal at Cana, when he turned the water into wine, and what a glorious afternoon it was when he fed 5,000, and the shouts of the gladness echoed back and forth amongst the hills. And this was the end, and his relatives had turned their backs on him. His hometown had scorned his advances, and his best friend had died doubting. The people had turned away, and his enemies were about to triumph, and there and any other leader who would have stood forth unbroken by such blows, what was his attitude? Complaint, fault-finding, weak railing at his own misfortunes and the willful wickedness of men? See his rises in his place. He speaks, this proud young man who has refused to be the king, and now is to die with common thieves. And these are his words: "Let not your heart be troubled. I have overcome the world." There is nothing in history so majestic. Already one of his disciples had slipped away to be betraying him, and that night the soldiers would take him, bind him, throw him into prison. The priests and Pharisees whom he had taunted would have their turn to taunt him now, and he would be harried through the streets like a hunted thing, and the butt of every corner of loafers' jest. And all this he anticipated, with the vision of it fresh before his mind. He lifted his head and looked before into the far distant ages. "Be of good cheer," he said to them, in the tones of those splendor thrills of us even now. "I have overcome the world." They went out into the garden, where so many of their happy hours had been spent. The very air was fragrant with their most sacred confidences, and under this tree they had gathered for the worship, while the setting sun glided the towers of the city in the waters that broke. They found refreshment to the left and right of them, and the very stones cried out the heartening reminder that the days were gone. Even at that hour it was not too late for them to have saved his life. Suppose he had said to himself, "I have delivered my message faithfully, and it is no use. Judas is gone already to bring the soldiers, and they will be here in half an hour. Why should I stay and die? It is only 18 miles to Jericho. Bright moonlight, downhill all the way. Our friend Zacharias will be glad to see us. We can reach his house by daylight, rest tomorrow, cross the Jordan, and do useful work for the rest of our lives. The disciples can fish. I can openly run a carpenter shop and teach in a quiet way. I have done everything that could be expected of me. Why not?" It was all perfectly possible. The rulers of Jerusalem would have been glad to get rid of him on such terms. He might so easily have continued down the hill in peace to comfortable old age and oblivion. It was the last great temptation, and decisively he dismissed it. He walked a little ahead in silence and followed him 11, for Judas was with them no longer, and coming to a quiet place he left them a while and went away for his last hour to high communion with his Father God. A few minutes later he returned to find them sleeping. Even so short a vigil had proved too heavy for their feebleness. In the hour of his greatness need there no help from them. Again he went away, his spirit torn with agony. He was young, 33. He did not want to die. He cried out to God that his cup might pass from his lips, that he might have time to sweep away the charges of blasphemy and evil which his enemies have heaped upon him, time to build up the fragile stuff of this little band whom the whole future of his message must depend, time to round out the full measure of his years and influence. So he prayed, and coming back, found them again asleep. This time he did not disturb them. The high tide of his revolt had subsided, and his courage, which had never deserted him throughout the 3 years, cleared his soul, steadied his muscles. If not thy will that this cup pass from me, he prayed again. Then, Father, thy will be done. It was the victory chant after the battle, with the calm peace of the conqueror, that he could make ready for the end, that he had not long to wait. The soldiers were already at the entrance of the garden. From the vantage point of the side of the hill, he could mark the progress of their torches across the brook and up the path. The clang of their arms rang jarringly through the trees, rough exclamations smote evening air like profanity in the temple, and he waited until the armed men stumbled into his presence, and then, arising, stood before them. "Whom seek ye?" he demanded. Startled and awed, they could only mumble his name, Jesus of Nazareth. "I am he," answered proudly. Then had expected angry denunciation, perhaps resistance. These, they understood, could hope with, but such calm, such dignity, were beyond the boundaries of their experience. Involuntarily they gave way, and rough veterans as they were, some of them fell to the ground, and it was a tribute silent but magnificent. "I told you," he repeated calmly, "I am he." And then his thought rebounded at once to those who had been shared his triumphs and sacrifices through the years. "If, therefore, ye seek me, let these others go their way." But he had no need to think of disciples' safety. Already they had made their swift escape, the last of the deserters. First his hometown, then his best friend, then his relatives, then his crowd, finally the 11. All who stood at his side had gone and left him to face his fate alone. On the barren hill, beyond the city walls, they nailed his perfect body to the cross. 2 robbers were crucified with him. It was all over. The rabble had sickened quickly of its ravage and scattered. The friends were hiding. The soldiers were busy casting lots for his garments, and there was nothing left of the external influencers which firemen's imagination or grip loyalty. Surely the victory of his enemies was complete. He could do no miracle there, hanging on a cross. And yet, Jesus, it was the voice of one of the robbers. "Jesus," he says painfully, "remember me, that when you comest into your kingdom." Read that, O men, and bow your heads. You who have let yourself picture him as weak, as a man of sorrows, uninspiring, glad to die. There have been leaders who could call forth enthusiasm when their fortunes ran high, but he, when his enemies had done their worst, so bore himself that a crucified felon looked on to his dying eyes and saluted him as king.